I'm Russell Leidick, and you are watching the Dangerous Fishbowl channel. Today, I'm going to take you on an odyssey through the production of Dancing with Rainbows, which, as you can see, is the latest bowl composition on my channel here on YouTube. So, over the years, several people have asked me to produce a kind of documentary explaining how I go from an empty glass bowl to a finished composition. And I sat down and I started thinking about this, and I realized that doing such a documentary would not do the process justice, really for two reasons. One of which is that nature is so fundamentally unpredictable. It produces new and beautiful innovations in an unanticipated way that we can then roll with and build upon as aquarists. And the other thing it does, of course, is it throws all kinds of havoc at us that we don't know how to handle, with which we might not have experience, and forces us to improvise. So if I were to glaze over all of that, I really wouldn't be doing the process justice, and I wouldn't be representing the true struggles and the labors of love that one goes through to produce a mature composition. So the other reason, though, is that I realize that having done this sort of thing literally for decades, there are probably habits that I have that are so ingrained that I don't even think to mention them. So I might do certain things subtly or not do them and just not mention them, but they might actually be really important to the final composition. So I figured that by documenting everything on video, you would be able to pick out these subtle details that might be material to that final product. So having said that, I'm sure that 90% of this video, if not more, is something that you're going to want to fast forward through because it's an extensive amount of material. It's not meant to be a how-to per se, so much as a very extensive vlog, let's say that. So you can pick and choose the parts that are applicable to you, or you can find something obviously that I've done catastrophically wrong and feel free to point it out in the comments, have a laugh, whatever. I'm sure a lot of this frankly will be quite comical because it's always a case of beginner's mind when an aquarist sets out to make a new composition. There's this naivete, there's this hubris about, I'm going to make a composition that looks like this and it's in my head, right? And by the time it's finished, it's completely different and there's just no resemblance to the original concept. So this sort of thing does happen. It's part of the wonder of being an aquarist, and I hope you get a kick out of it. So now, having said all that, typically as a rule of thumb, you're looking at, I don't know, 2 weeks, maybe a month to go from an empty glass bowl to a beautiful aquarium, which is a balanced ecosystem. Having said that, sometimes things don't go quite as planned. And in this case, I just this month, September 2021, published the composition. And but the story actually begins on December 6th, 2019. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Long time no see. So several of you over the years have asked me to show you a video of how I produce one of my bowls from start to finish. And as you can see, if you look through some of the videos I've already posted, I've made some efforts in that vein, trying to show you sort of the mechanical aspects of producing a beautiful bowl, you know, a garden inside a bubble inside your house, as it were. But the reality is I haven't shown you the entire process. And part of the reason for that, in fact, the major reason is just that it's actually a very long, drawn-out process that's full of mistakes. And it can get very tedious at times. And it can be quite trying, but it's a labor of love, and I think it's worthwhile. So I've decided to just give in to those requests and go ahead and produce this video. I don't know where this is going to lead. I have a vague idea of a bowl that I want to produce in my head, but we're just going to have to dive in and see how things go. But first things first, let's check out the floor. So my floor, as you can see down here, is sort of this cheesy imitation granite stuff. It's a very white, almost alabaster, you know, sort of marble color, which I don't like because it competes for attention with the bowl. I would rather have a darker tile. But in any event, I do have tile, and that's a good thing because obviously it's water resistant as opposed to, let's say, something like particle board or a laminate or solid wood flooring or even layered bamboo flooring. All of these things are susceptible to water damage, and it's only a question of how much damage can occur in how much time with how much water. So I prefer to not even think about those problems, which is why I have properly grouted tile. And obviously, if like me, you have a slick type of flooring, you have to be careful that people that don't necessarily realize the hazard are made aware of the fact that if you get water spilled on the floor, perhaps unbeknownst to you while you're changing the water or feeding the fish, whatever, that you're creating a slipping hazard. And it's doubly, triply so because if somebody slips and they smash into your bowl, that could be a fatal event. So you have to be very, very careful about where you situate your bowl and the water hazards associated with it. But okay, let's look at the next thing, which is the furniture that underlies the bowl. Okay, so I like this particular little Chinese style stool here. It's solid wood, which for any number of reasons, I don't really like getting stuff made out of solid wood. But when you consider the hazards of particle board that I just described, it probably is better to have something that's more robust against water spills and so forth. And it's got this nice little inlay there with marble. I picked it up for 35 bucks at a roadside market. I probably overpaid, but I think it's quite elegant. So I just flipped this over. You'll notice that on the bottom I have these little felt furniture pads, which are really important, obviously, to protect the floor, but they're also important for stabilizing the stool itself, so it doesn't totter back and forth when I've got a heavy bowl on top of it, because that could be quite catastrophic. So that's why I picked this piece. So hopefully you'll make a sensible decision for your bowl as well. And then here, this is the famous IKEA Arod, A-R-O-D. And in there I've got a little LED bulb. And this is great. This has got 3 different levels, 1, 2, and 3. So I can simulate weather to some extent in my bowl, and I can change the lighting depending on how much brightness I'm willing to tolerate at any particular time of day. Now let me see if I can actually get you the type of this bulb, because I know people are going to ask. Okay, I don't know if you can see this particularly well, but this is a Philips Scene Switch, S-C-E-N-E switch, and it's 14 watts, 6,500 kelvins, and 1,500 lumens. Again, it's a 3-mode LED bulb. Fantastic piece of equipment there. All right, so I'm going to show you the bowl that I was going to make until I had some pretty serious issues with it, and I'll explain what those were. But so first of all, here's a little Vigoro cork pad that I got from Home Depot. It's a 6-inch diameter cork pad. And of course, the backing is sort of plastic, which is good because it's water resistant. And I'm going to go ahead and just put that down here in the middle of the stool. And so we can put a pedestal on top of that, and the bowl will sit on top of the pedestal. So the pedestal for this has acrylic on the bottom. This is a 3/16, I think, 1/4, something like that, acrylic disc. That'll be specified in the description as well. And then here is the pipe. I believe this is Charlotte pipe, if I'm not mistaken. I got this from Home Depot. It's some kind of female-to-female coupling or something, I forget. But anyway, it's about 4-inch diameter, and as you can see, the inside is sort of beveled so that the bottom of the sphere can sort of sit in it. And when it's under high pressure from all that water weight, hopefully it's not going to crack. And of course, I put some nice caulk on the bottom between the two in order to bind them. So I actually made this about a year ago. Such is life when you're trying to get things planned. Other things happen and you're busy with other stuff. So I haven't been able to work as much as I wanted on this bowl. But so anyway, let me put the pedestal down so you can see what that looks like. All right. So we're just going to set the bowl on top of that, which is a 20-inch acrylic. It's exactly the same company that makes it as made Forest Bubble, if you've seen that video. Let me go grab the bowl and I will be right back. Okay, so here's the bowl. Again, this is a 20-inch diameter. It's absolutely beautiful. I ordered this off Amazon. I think it was like $107 delivered or something. And I'm embarrassed to say I flew it all over the place before realizing that I just don't want to use it as a bowl. I mean, maybe I'll make a terrarium out of it or maybe a paludarium or something, but I don't want to use this as a full-on aquarium. And there's a very specific reason why. And I'm not sure you're going to be able to see that in this light, but essentially, if you look at the right angle, you can make it out there. You can see a whole bunch of like little microfine scratches. So I found even when there's dust on it, if I would try to wipe the dust off, I would end up getting micro scratches, which is so annoying because acrylic, as strong as it is actually very, very fickle when it comes to scratch resistance. It's not particularly hard, it's just tough. I'm sure I'm not using the proper scientific terms, but you get the idea. The other issue is, if you can see, there's a whole bunch of dust sort of sticking to it and sort of gummy stuff from when I'm trying to wipe off fingerprints and so forth, and it sort of smears. I tried fingernail polish remover, and it just didn't work. It was just being a headache, and I decided that I really don't want to spend the next N years trying to maintain this extremely fickle bowl. So I'm actually not going to do this. But this is what I had in mind. You see, I told you, I'd make 10 mistakes before I got something right. So, oh, and by the way, this is like a 5.5 inch opening for a scale. So that is a pretty darn big bowl. Don't worry, I'm not going to throw it away. I'll do something interesting with it. But let's move on to what I've decided to do instead. Okay, so as you can see, I have replaced the pedestal with this cork pad. This is an 8-inch cork pad, and it's, I don't know, it looks like a little bit over 3/8 of an inch or so thick. And that is going to be the underlayment for the new bowl to make sure that it doesn't get cracked because it's sitting directly on the pedestal. And here is this big, beautiful borosilicate glass bowl. And that opening, by the way, is 28 centimeters in diameter. And the bowl itself is a whopping 47 centimeters in diameter. Now, I noticed there's a metric standard with bowl manufacturer, whereas there's an English unit standard with the cork pads. I don't know, I guess it's just a question of who makes what where. Anyway, yeah, so this is an enormous bowl. In fact, this is just about exactly the same size as the bowl that was featured on P. Scheinemann's channel. And P. Scheinemann, as far as I know, is the first person ever to have used one of these as an aquarium, as documented on YouTube. So it's a big, beautiful thing. But there's a few things to observe, first of all. So let me go into that. Okay, so first of all, here for scale is my thumbnail. Let's see if I can get a decent focus on that. So I don't know, we're talking probably 5 millimeters thick on that edge, which is a really, really strong bowl, so it would seem. But it's not, because as you come away from the edge, it gets closer and closer and closer. You can see how very close my fingers are together. Well, maybe you can't, but it feels like about 2 millimeters. So it gets to the level where it's like, wow, this is actually going to hold water. That's a miracle. And yes, yes, I will be testing to make sure that that's the case before putting in fish and risking my whole living room on it. But yeah, so you got to be careful with this, because optically it can look like things are thick. Maybe this is done intentionally to deceive you into thinking you're getting more bowl for the money than you actually are. But the rim tends to be thick, and the belly tends to be thin. So let's just hope it's not too thin. But on the other hand, I do have some dust, but I can actually wipe this off with a cloth or with a paper towel, what have you, and it's not going to scratch anything because it's glass. The manufacturing quality is very good. There's really not too much in the way of ripples in the glass. You can see some based on the reflection, but it's more than tolerable. And here and there you'll see a tiny, I don't even know if you can see this, but it's a tiny bubble defect in the glass. But I think bubbles look kind of natural with respect to the aquatic environment, as opposed to hairline scratches all over the place. So it's in good shape. The only thing I'm going to do now, I won't bore you with the details, but I'm going to look around. I'm going to find the most defective face, and I'm going to face that back. Okay, so I've hidden the defects as best I can, and I've done the best job I could to essentially center the bowl on the cork pad and center the cork pad on the little marble inlay there. And I think it's a good seating situation. Obviously, I'll have to adjust that as I start to fill it, because I don't want this thing tipping over gradually for some reason. All right, so now we have to worry about a power head. So I have here this handy dandy little submersible pump, they call it, which I think you can see has a model number of JP032. Yeah, there it is. And you just have to make sure that the voltage is correct. So depending, where you live, you might need 220 or 110 or something else. So do check that, because they don't work with all voltages. We're going to have to basically caulk this to the back face of the bowl, so that the suction doesn't ever come off. Now, if you'd ever have to change the power head, because at 90 gallons per hour, it might get clogged with debris over time. It will get clogged with debris. At some point, even using tweezers, you're not going to be able to get it out. You're just going to have to change the darn thing. I hate to tell you, but you might have to drain most or all the water out, take out the fish, and then basically peel as much of the caulk off as you can and re-caulk. Yeah, it's not the best design. I wish I could think of a more modular way to do it, but that's how I'm going to set it up. Because if I don't caulk the suction cups to the back of the bowl, it will fall off, and then it'll be blowing detritus all around the place. So let me show you how we're going to do that. Okay, so I've actually unpacked the JP32, and you can see the little suction cups on the back. And there's this kind of obnoxious safety label or whatever on the front that says JP32, and I'm going to peel that off because it looks terrible. And the other thing that I need to do is I took this little thing from the box, which is the tube, the spray nozzle that goes on the front. So I'm going to just put that in. I'm going to put that into the JP32 like so. And now I've got a nice, steady, strong stream of water that's going to come out. And of course, here's your sort of inlet grills in the back, and these will get clogged with snails and plants and everything over the years, and that's fine. But anyway, we are going to caulk these suction cups to the back. And in addition, so the pump is going to be oriented this way, with the cord going up the back, the inside spine, forming an inside spine within the spherical bowl. And we're going to caulk that, we're going to affix that spine down with another suction cup. So I'm going to caulk this suction cup to the back of the bowl as well. And I just bought this for like $1 at an aquarium supply shop. And as you can see, it's got like a little clippy thing on it. So I'm going to cut that all off. So I just have a very nice smooth surface. And then I'm going to super glue this wire to the smooth surface that results when I hack off the back of this. And then I'm going to put caulk basically on the back of this suction cup, and I'm going to stick it to the back of the bowl. So don't worry if you don't have all that. I'll show you how it goes. All right, let me show you something right before we mount the suction cup. So let me use this white paper towel so you can see. So if you look kind of right here where I'm tapping my finger, you can see sort of a brown dot. That is some kind of aberration in the glass that isn't fixable. So I'm going to use that area to mount the spine of the JP32 power head. So that just kind of exemplifies ways that we can deal with imperfections by putting equipment on top of them. Okay, I have now put this bowl up against the wall so it can't roll over by using this old mattress protector I had. So here you can see on the bottom, if I can point this out, there's a little brown smudge down there that's permanently embedded in the glass, and we're going to cover that in the cord. And so here's our JP32. We're going to try to situate this as close to equatorially as possible. So it's just like at the equator of the Earth, where everything's horizontal if you're standing up with respect to the Earth's axis. We want that jet of water blowing as straight as horizontally as possible into the water column. So, I'm guesstimating it looks like it's about there. And I'm going to line things up so that the cord ends up running over this defect, more or less. So I'm going to have to rotate things a little bit, but it's about like that. All right, so I'm actually going to caulk that in place. And then I'm going to worry about actually sealing this cord down later. So the cord will go right back up against the inside of the bowl like that, forming this nice spine so it stays out of the way, the fish and the plants. And then it'll fold over the edge like this on the outside. And we could perhaps put a cable stay out there. But I'm ready to go. I got my clear silicone, my clear caulk. I have my respirator because I don't want to smell all that chemical stuff. And I've got my caulking gloves on. So I'll get it done right now. Okay, let's just make sure everything's situated. So I'm just going to firmly kind of push this down so I get some suction. And I'm going to just stand it up for a second. And it kind of looks like it's angling up a little bit. So that means I'm actually below the equator, which is not the worst thing. The worst thing is being above the equator and basically kicking the detritus up. But let me see if I can correct that a little bit. So I'm going to remove these suction cups, and I'm going to just inch it up a little bit again, trying to keep over that defect with the cord. And I'm going to use some hacky methods to try to align everything. So we don't want it off center. That would be unfortunate if we caulked it in place and it was completely off center and it just looks stupid. All right. And by the way, if the axis of rotation of the power head isn't right, it can actually induce stresses on the power head and shorten the lifetime. So it's not just an aesthetic thing. You do want to get this straight. So as I look at it, it kind of looks like it's leaning this way a little bit. So I'm going to tweak it a little bit more. I told you this is tedious, but hey, you all wanted to see what it takes, so I'm going to show you.
So let's see if I can pop the suction on that again. And then I'm going to reset it back down at the appropriate angle. And of course, it's just sometimes really difficult to remove the suction. Of course, when you don't want it to be coming loose, then it comes loose really easily. Murphy's Law. All right, let's try that. So I smack that down. It looks like that actually looks half decent. It looks like we're still a little bit below the equator and a little bit rotated. So I'm going to address that one more time. Just rotate it like 2 degrees clockwise and pull it up just a tiny bit. Come on, get unstuck here. All right, so pull it up a tiny bit, rotate it a tiny bit. All right, push it back down real good. See if I got a good fit now. I'm still below the equator. Now I'm still below the equator, and I rotated a bit too much. So maybe not enough or something. It's kind of hard to tell from the perspective that I'm at. I just got to toy around with it until I get it right. So let's do something like that. Okay. Oh, I'm sure this is the world's absolute most efficient method for aligning a power head. But do I care? Nah, it's just one power head. All right. That looks passable. I probably want to bring the one side up a little bit. The right side seems to be down a little too far. Just trying to be a perfectionist, which is a really stupid idea because you can waste a hell of a lot of time doing this, and you know, it goes on forever. All right, let's hope that works now. That works great, but now I'm kind of in the wrong place to cover the defect, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I think I better cover that. It just looks, I don't know. Call me a perfectionist, but I really don't like black smudges on my glass. Especially when I can't remove them. Of course I say that, but then, you know, there's going to be a million little green splotches of hard algae at some point, so I'm not going to let myself go on too long with this stupid alignment obsession, but let's see if that works. Yeah, I think so. I think that's about passable, but I really do want it equatorial, and it's just not quite. It's still below the equator for some reason. Maybe when I'm affixing it back down, I'm sliding it forward somehow. All right, now I'm not going to let it slide anywhere. Oh, but I do have to cover that stupid spot. Oh, well. I just wish these suction cups sucked this well after 6 months of use. I guarantee you they won't. All right. Maybe about there. Okay. All right, let's see if that works. I've lost count of how many times I've been messing with this, but that's pretty good. But I could still do a little bit better. That's still a little bit below the equator. Oh. Okay. Like that. Yeah, that's right about where I want it. And I just got to rotate it a little bit. So I'm going to leave one suction cup attached. I'm going to remove 3 so I can just kind of pivot around and reaffix. See if that is looking good. Yeah, pretty good. I think I think I still want to rotate it back clockwise a little bit. Again, the rotation is important because you don't want the power head operating off axis. It's detrimental to the lifespan of the power head. And the last thing you want to do is uncock this stupid thing when you have fish in it. All right, well, no, I'm going to have to rotate that again. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. It's hard to do anything ever so slightly when you're dealing with suction cups and bowls that are not quite regularly shaped and all this, but I can do my best. Like I said, I told you this was hard. I told you this was very, very tedious at times. I'll probably put this in fast motion so you don't have to suffer. Okay, that looks good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark that. And so I know exactly where it is. So let me get my marker, hang on. Okay, I got my trusty marker here. So I'm going to mark the position of those suction cups, but I'm going to do it in the most subtle possible way. Maybe I can, well, I guess I'll have to do this. I'll just put one tiny, tiny dot on each side. With a tiny, 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 tiny dot. With another tiny, 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 tiny dot. And that tells me where I got a silicone. All right. So, go ahead and pull that out. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. So, let me make sure the bowl doesn't walk away from me. All right, so those two tiny black dots are just at the inside of these two suction cups. So we're good to go. Now I'm just going to put a dot of silicone, and I mean a dot because it'll flatten out and it'll spread out. I'm going to put a dot of silicone onto each one of these, and it should be all right. So, see if I can do that. Oh, my silicone is not coming out at all, but that's why I have this handy dandy Allen wrench. So I can stick it in the tube of silicone. Wow, that's pretty tough. Jeez. Let me get a smaller Allen wrench. I'll be right back. So I realized I started recording without the sound. So let me just tell you what I've done. So I've managed to find this smaller Allen wrench, which I was then able to insert into the caulk. So that allowed the caulk to get dispensed. I just wipe the caulk off the Allen wrench onto this rag here. And then I started caulking these suction cups. So I just started the first one. So again, it looks white, but it's going to dry clear. Trust me. So I'm not adding an enormous amount of caulk here. Okay, just like the size of 3 grains of rice, if that. Kind of get it in the middle there, so then it'll spread out when I suck it down. All right, let's close up the caulk because we're not going to use that for a while. All right, now here's the big moment of truth. We got our 2 dots for alignment, our 2 little tiny black dots that you may or may not be able to see so well, but I'm going to use those for alignment. So here we go, and again, the outlet is facing on the bottom end. Okay, so let me line things up all nicely. That looks as good as I can get it. And push it down. I'm going to hold it there for a little while. Let it settle in a bit. And maybe after another minute or so, I'm going to let this go. and hope that the alignment is proper. Well, actually, let's go ahead and do that. Just check the alignment, because if the alignment's wrong, I better hurry up and fix that ASAP. Yeah, it is still a little bit sub-equatorial, but I'm satisfied with it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it in a position like this so that there's no forces trying to get it unstuck from the side of the bowl. So that way I can just leave it overnight and let it settle out. Now, I'm kind of nitpicky about alignment, as you well know, and I think that's not good alignment. So at risk of smearing a little caulk, I'm gonna rotate that just a wee bit. And if I were, really careful, I would probably take a Q-tip and wipe some of the excess caulk. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. But okay, that looks pretty good. I'll rotate it back a little bit. You see how this goes. I mean, this is just this is an evolutionary process, to be precise. It's trial and error, and mostly error. How's that? It looks a little bit lopsided. Got to rotate it again. All right, I think that's about right. Yeah, it's passable. But I don't like passable. I'm a perfectionist, so I'm going to rotate it more. At the risk of rotating it too much, which it looks like I'm doing. No, that's still under-rotated. It's so weird because these bowls are not perfectly spherical. So from one angle, things can look bad. From another angle, they look good. And you just sort of have to use your head. Here, I'm going to put it up here on the stool so that we get a really good idea of how well this is rotated. All right, so it is a bit off angle. I am going to have to rotate it clockwise. But like I said, better to do it now. Better to do it now and wait till that caulk dries, and it's going to be a nightmare. See, how's that? See, oops, sorry about that. Okay. So that looks good enough. I think I get, an A- for that. I'll take it. But as I said, this thing has to remain on its side overnight, so that thing can dry into place properly. So we have the power head correctly aligned. And that's where I'm going to leave things for tonight. So I hope you're having lots of fun. I'm sure you are. It's been so exciting re-rotating this stupid power head 100 times. So I'll catch you later.
You know what, let me just go in here for a second with a Q-tip, a little cotton swab, and try to collect the excess. And I'm going to wipe it toward the filter, not away from the filter, so it doesn't smear everywhere else. But you know what? It looks like that is already dry. And, what was that, 20 minutes, half an hour. So, okay. That is not happening. Yeah, that's not happening. Looks pretty stable. Yeah, let me just mount this thing one more time onto the pedestal, onto the stool here. Make sure I'm not going crazy, being very careful not to bang the glass into the wall in the process. Yeah, that's pretty good alignment. That's pretty good alignment. Okay. All right. Back to bed you go. And in fact, I'll even push it down again because I don't want any air pockets starting to form in there, because when you stand it up, the stress on the suction cups can make little air pockets, and we don't want that, do we? Because that would loosen things up and then it wouldn't really stay, and yeah. All right, so good. I'm done for tonight.
So it's the next morning, December 7th, 2019, and as you can see, we do have a decent sort of dry circumference of caulk. You can see it's all turned clear, and then in the center it's still white, indicating that, of course, it's still not dry, but it may stay like that literally forever because the air access is cut off to the core there. I've seen this sort of thing before, so I would say we're pretty good to go as far as the suction cups on the power head are concerned, but now we've got to do something to tamp down this cord. There's a little flaw that I'm trying to hide. So let's go ahead and pull the super glue out and get that done. Okay, so first of all, we got to cut the, basically cut the stem on this thing so that we can super glue the wire on. So I'm just going to do that with the scissors and just hope that this works. Well, that wasn't too bad, see? Cut off this stupid little thing. All right, let me go get the super glue and we'll get started. All right, so I realized that if I were to actually take this suction cup and super glue it to the wire, then as soon as I try to caulk down the suction cup to the back wall of the bowl, the wire is just going to torque it, and it's going to prevent me from getting a good seal there. So I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to caulk this down now, and then later I will come back and super glue the wire to it once it is dried pretty well. Make sure this is clean. Oops. Yeah, it looks pretty clean. Okay, because any dirt and oil and stuff is just going to weaken the bond, but it only bonds really around the edges anyway, around the circumference, as you can see. So let's line that up so that basically the cord, when it's coming out, is going to pass right over the top of that, so we can super glue it down to it. And we also have to choose a reasonable positioning, because you don't want it too close to the power head, because then it's kind of not useful, and you also don't want it way out here on the edge of the bowl, because then you're going to have like a straight line cutting off a cord of the sphere, which is going to be terrible. So I think the midpoint is kind of logical, and just eyeballing things, I think that looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and apply some caulk to that, and just hope that I can get this right. Get out any excess dust. That's a good thing about wearing these gloves, is that you don't get your fingerprint oil and everything, which can disrupt the ability of the adhesive or the caulk to bond things together. Oops. I need my handy Allen wrench, which I have here. Okay. All right. Seems like that's good. Okay. Let's squirt that out. Oh boy, that looks like a bunch of dirt. Yeah, that is not good. Okay, let's use this improvised tool to get rid of that. Just let that dry off to the side, I don't care. Okay, try this again. I might have been a little bit overzealous there. That's a rather large amount of caulk, but I think we can kind of smear it around. I'll keep it concentrated toward the middle. Okay. Needless to say, make sure you have a rag handy like this when you're doing this kind of stuff. All right, now I'm going to try to line it up. So it's the remains of this little nubbin here, this little bump thing, line up with where the cord comes out of the power head, and I got to be at the midpoint. So I'm using my super scientific method of just eyeballing it and hoping it works. And let's drop it about there. Does that look good? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good.
All right. Now I'm going to squeeze that down. Just try to get all the air out. And we'll see. I sure as heck hope that doesn't just randomly pop back up while it's trying to dry. It's going to take a good several hours to even get, pretty solid there. Whoops, you got a little bit of excess. I think it'll be okay. And yeah, I think it's good. I might take that excess out. Yeah, let's try to do that. Okay, trying to get you a good close-up view here. So I'm going to try to very gently remove as much of this excess as I can. It's not the end of the world if I can't get it all, but the most important thing is don't do this, which is leave even more excess at a further distance out from the suction cup, because you're just going to, just make everything smudged everywhere. But I think that's pretty good, and I don't want to try to do any better because it's likely I'm just going to screw it up. So I'm going to leave it at that, and we're going to let that dry. All right, it's been about 12 hours. I think that's enough. So we're going to go ahead and super glue the wire here right onto the suction cup. Now, this is a little bit complicated by the fact that the wire comes out of the power head at sort of this funny angle, like this. And so I'm going to have to find the sort of most reasonable way to fasten it down without it twisting too much, because I want it to lie as close to flat as possible against the back of the bowl. So yeah, maybe something like that. That works pretty good. I already got my trusty super glue here. I'm just going to put a dot. Oh, whoa, that's way enough. All right, close up the super glue, and away we go. And I'm going to be careful not to touch it with my gloves, because then my gloves will bind to it. All right, let's just leave that there for, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. And we should get a decent bind. And then, you can see that the cord still wants to sort of twist around in ways that I don't want it to twist around. I want it to follow the spine. So I'm going to kind of bend it back a little bit to kind of shape it so that it conforms with that spherical curve. Anyway, so that's it for now. I'm going to hold this down for a little bit longer, but we're ready for the next step. So much to my dismay, it turns out that the super glue is like really slow drying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use this painter's tape, that you use for like masking off areas when you're painting. And I'm going to secure the wire in place on top of the suction cup so that the super glue has plenty of time to dry, and I don't have to sit here for an hour and actually hold it. So hopefully this will work. If it doesn't, I don't know any other way that I can get these two parts to stay together. Oh boy. Trying to do this without getting super glue all over my hand. Okay. Well, it seems okay. Seems okay. I definitely don't want to smear super glue over the rest of the bowl. All right, so that looks all right. Although I'm not sure how well bonded these are. I have to twist it a little bit, because the worst thing, of course, as I mentioned before, these wires like to torque all over the place, and when they do, they screw up any attempt at getting it to bond in a flat position with any other surface. Oh boy. Well, I hope that'll be sufficient, but we're just gonna have to see. Oh, and one other thing, I just put I put 3 pieces of tape down actually to enhance the mechanical stability of the bond while it's drying, so hopefully that will help a little bit.
All right, let's see if the super glue has dried to the suction cup, and it's hopefully bonded it sufficiently well to the wire, and hopefully hasn't super glued the tape to itself, which it hasn't. I think that looks okay. Let's take off the rest of this tape and find out. And once this is done, we can do something much more interesting, which is to start doing the actual aquascaping itself, which is, I know, why you showed up here on this channel in the first place. All right, let's see if that worked. Well, yeah, that's good enough. Okay, I've now mounted the bowl on the stool with a cork pad under it, and you may be able to see it's a little bit wet, and that's just because I did a filling test in the bathroom. And so in order to do that, I put down the cork pad in the bottom of the shower. I put the bowl on top of the cork pad so none of the irregularities in the tile floor in the shower could cause the bowl to crack. And then I just put the shower head in the bowl very gently, and I just very slowly filled it to the point of overflow so that I could prove that even if I had more water in it than I ever would in practical use, that it wouldn't crack under pressure. And that may sound ridiculous, but you have to realize that these bowls are not perfectly manufactured, and they do have little tiny air bubbles in them, and sometimes, just like this one, they are in places just a couple of millimeters thick. So you know, if there's enough of an aberration, it could cause the bowl to rupture under pressure. So you should, when you test it, be prepared for that. You know, you could have this glass bomb basically going off in your bathroom. So be careful what you're doing, fill it slowly, and stand back. But if it passes that test, then I'd say you're ready to go. Okay, so in order to start aquascaping, I need this bone dry. So basically I need to get all the water completely out of the bowl. I'm just going to leave that to evaporation. And then I'll run over it with a soft cloth just to make sure I get any oily residues or dust out of the way. Because the next thing that we're going to do is aquascaping. And initially we'll position the driftwood using painter's tape, and then later we'll fix it in place with caulk and super glue. And I just don't want any residues on the glass that could weaken the bonds. All right, it's time to lay out the driftwood. So behind me here, I have this massive pile of driftwood that I got in Singapore. I'm guessing it's mangrove roots from Malaysia, probably. Anyway, we'll lay this out first with painter's tape just to get everything right, and then later we can use caulk to permanently affix it to the bowl. And I must say it's kind of nice to be able to do this without paying too much heed to any damage I might cause. I mean, the glass is of course very robust to scratches, where if I were dealing with acrylic, I'd have to be really, really careful. So I'm just going to ad-lib this and just see what emerges. Okay, here we go. Let's just pull out a piece here. I would start with the larger pieces because they sort of form the foundation. So I'm going to use this. See if we can position that in a way that makes sense. Let's see here. Maybe something that matches kind of the curve of the bowl. Something like that. And you'll notice that this has been cut off at the bottom edge with a saw. So that's something that looks quite artificial, but that's okay because it's down here. It'll be hidden by the gravel. And it actually conforms relatively well to the glass. So structurally it could be pretty firm. And then it rests up against the back of the glass. I kind of like that. Maybe I can create some kind of arch or something. Here's another majorly large piece. This one, this is kind of the spider shape. I'm not sure if I can do anything with that because it's just got too many arms. It's got this little piece here. Throw that away. Any little loose twigs that feel like they want to come out, just snap them off because otherwise they're going to be a major problem. Wow, I wonder if I can even get this in here. Maybe I can just sort of gently cajole it. Again, since I'm dealing with glass, I can be a little bit more cavalier, but not too cavalier, because then I can have glass all over the place. Wow, that is just not going to negotiate with me at all. Let's try this other orientation. I mean, honestly, this is how it goes, right? You just got to find what works and throw out what doesn't, and you know, it might take me 50 tries, but that's okay. Wow, this is actually fitting in. Please do not break the glass. Please do not break the glass. Okay, it's actually fitting in. Oh, very cool. And you could kind of have it coming out. Yeah, I do like the aspect of coming out of the bowl. I mean, it just, you know, you want something that emerges into the room. I think there's an awful lot to be said for that. It sort of integrates the composition with the room. But having said that, I want to see if I can go for this arch thing. So I've got the sort of the left side of the arch, as you can see, and I'm trying to make the right side. But in order to make the right side of the arch, I really need to convince this thing to rotate so that I can sort of put it on the other side. And I'm not sure that that's going to work. And I can't walk too far away because my microphone is kind of constraining where I can go. And of course, you know, I just figured that out. The wonders of being your own technician. All right, so let's see if I, oh, wow, this is kind of, oops, kind of a complicated dance here, but maybe, All right, so what happened here? Uh-oh, another loose twig. All right, so I want this original one to be back in the back, and I want the twisted one to kind of be in the front. Actually, no, I want the original one to be on the left and the twisted one to be on the right. But the twisted one wants to be like everywhere right now, and it's pinning the other one down. Geez, how is this even happening? I see, okay. You know, the hold on this thing is really firm. The structural integrity is really impressive considering that it's not being adhered with anything. That actually might be a sign of a really good fit. Maybe I should pay attention to that because that would be really cool if I could just like pressure stabilize the entire composition. Here, okay. Let me just ever so gently, or maybe not too gently, move this great original piece of driftwood back into where the position where it was. Not what I'm after. But I'm really compelled with this. I'm really compelled with this second piece that just wants to hold its own. Oops, we can't let the glass go all over the place. It really just wants to hold its own against the sides of the glass. Let me see if I can eke out another few centimeters from my microphone here. See, I'm trying to take this second piece and move it over to the right, so I've got kind of a sweeping arch going into the back. I think it'd be really cool. But this thing is so tight that it's hard to move. But in a way, it's kind of telling me, hey, I fit inside this bowl perfectly. You should arrange me in just the right way. And so I have this sense like I want to run with that. Like the less caulk I can use, the better. But the only way I can use less caulk is if I get pieces like the second piece that just fit perfectly and hold themselves in place by friction. So let me take the first piece out. Just to set that aside for a second. And let's work with this, because I think if I rotate it this way, I can make the beginnings of some sort of an arch. Should I, oops, sorry about that. I told you I didn't have much leeway with my microphone there. What is this trying to tell me? What is this trying to tell me? I need to go for an arch, but it doesn't want to be an arch. What if I did that and I swept it counterclockwise? I just love glass. I would have destroyed my acrylic by now. Okay. All right. That's a lot of pressure. It's wanting to resist my attempts to move it, but just clear that cord. Come on. Don't hook my cord. Good. Okay, now. Interesting. Interesting. Of course, it could just snap off parts, but that would kind of defeat the purpose because it is so perfectly pressurized. It's a funny thing. Come on. Come on. Where's the arch? Where's the arch? Rotate it like this. Where's the arch? Maybe I don't want to form an arch. That's eating a lot of foreground. You know, a lot of people like things that are tall in the background and short in the foreground. I say the heck with it. You know, let it do what nature wants to do. And if it's going to leap out at you in the foreground, so be it. You see this flat edge down here on this one really wants to mate up with the glass at the same angle. I think that works well because then I can caulk it into place and I'll have a good seal. It'll be mechanically sound. Yeah, maybe I'm not going for an arch. I don't know what I'm doing here. You want to know the absolute truth? I don't have a freaking clue. But I have a feeling this could go somewhere good. And it might not. This might just be the delusions of a moron. Hey, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Hey, look at that. Oh, and it's pressure stabilized. Damn, that is kind of cool. Let me give you a little better perspective on this. That is kind of cool. Okay. Yeah. Let me set you down where you can see what's going on. I'll even angle this up a little bit. Excuse the interference with the frame. I'm just hacking it as I go. Yeah. Oh gosh. I gotta do something about that microphone. Yeah. There might be something here. Let me give you an alternative angle. Yeah. That almost looks like it looks neurological, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Huh. Okay, where else can I go with this? Let me take another piece of driftwood, something smaller. Let me show you what I got. I got this thing, and I just punched my bowl, which is really stupid. Let me just show you my little inventory here, so you can imagine in your head what you would do, which is hopefully not what I would do, because we should all have some different creative approach. So all of these have their charm, for lack of a better term. They're all extraordinary in their own way. I've got a bunch of these little, yeah, like I said, I think they're mangrove roots. Oops. That's an interesting one. I'm trying to give you some of the sense of the three-dimensional aspects of these beautiful roots. This one. I'm not averse, by the way, to breaking off branches. You know, when it makes sense, and it often does. In this particular case, it didn't, because things just kind of gelled. And you know, like I said, I wanted to make an arch. I had no intention whatsoever of creating this. I'm hard pressed to say that I created it. I just dropped stuff in there, and it sort of indicated to me, for lack of a better term, that it wanted to be arranged in that way. Oh, yeah, this might do something. I don't want it too busy. I don't want too much going on. But I do want this thing just leaping out at you. Because I can imagine, you know, anubias or bucephalendras or slow-growing epiphytes sort of sitting on all of these, and just sort of growing with the composition. And then maybe some glossostigma at the bottom, but I'm not sure I'm going to have enough light penetration to grow glossostigma. So Echinodurus tenalis, maybe. Does this thing make any sense? It's not very exciting. And the thing is, shapes like this, what's going to happen is you're going to get, if I put this on the bottom, the plant growth is going to hide the whole interesting part, and it'll just look like that. So not real interesting. This one's kind of cool. And it's smaller. I feel like I do need something a bit smaller, but I don't know. I like this. I like this a lot. Maybe I should invert it. But if I put too much stuff at the surface, I'm not going to be able to access anything. But do I really need to access anything? Holy cow! That's just this dance, and it's just leaping out of the bowl. I think that's really cool. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I mean, this thing is just like leaping out. Huh. Yeah, maybe. This stuff could poke you in the eye, though. Guess I got to be careful. But wow. Yeah, that's a pretty solid mechanical hold for something that has no glue whatsoever. Now that is actually cool. Let me see this little baby piece over here. Little baby piece. You know, I've got to have some restraint. I can't just take up all the swimming space. I do want to have some of these empty areas for swimming, for plant growth, for meditation, whatever you want to call it. Empty space is good in moderation. I don't know. I just kind of like this. I feel like I don't want to overload it, but I don't want to underdo it either. It has to be extraordinary. It has to be organic. It has to be emerging into the room. It has to be integrated with the living space. Yeah. Huh. Just thinking. So sometimes you just got to see something and you just have to think. You know, are you really done? Are you just missing something? You know, should this go somewhere? This is you know, quite beautiful, but I feel like no. I could put it all the way on the bottom. That would work well on the bottom, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm overtaxing it. I could put it on the top, except that I really like this one. It's just balanced there. I could probably fix it in place with a little bit of caulk, just to hold the two branches together. And then just have a whole bunch of bucephalendra just growing here, or some kind of perhaps mosses or something. But it would have to be something that can actually come out of the bowl. So I'd have like a terrestrial plant wound up on one of these perches here. I don't know. I feel this works. I feel this is a balance between empty space, complexity, chaos. It just sort of works. So here's how things ended up. I think it works. I love it when I can get a composition to hold together just by pressure, because that's sort of its own way of telling you that it's just at the right level of artistic complexity. It's just at the point where everything just fits. So I tried to create an arch, but it ended up being sort of a spider web, a tangle of roots, and I must admit, I like that. Okay, so now we're going to fix the driftwood in place. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the whole structure itself has mechanical integrity before I try to bond anything to the glass, because otherwise it's just going to shift all around on me. So if I look at this if I look at this one piece here, you can see sort of that it has these two branches coming down and straddling this main branch over here. So I'm just gonna basically super glue between these little two branches and the main branch so that this piece has good structural integrity. And of course, in order to do that, we're working with super glue. So I got my handy dandy respirator here. And then I've also got this lovely kind of high precision super glue tip, which has got a needle in it at the moment, which allows me to apply just a tiny bit of super glue, because the last thing I want is super glue to go all over the place, because unlike caulk, you really cannot scrape it off of the glass. So let's give this a try.
Okay, here goes. Let's hope this works. First I got to sort of work it out of here to be able to apply the glue. And that in itself may be a little tricky. I'm going to hold the glue sort of upwards so that if any of it drips, it'll drip onto my gloves, because it really will cause permanent damage to the glass. Uh-oh. Wow, this is really on here. Maybe I don't even need super glue, but I should probably have some anyway. Oh, goodness. Aha, that's fine because I tucked it under the edge of the glass. Okay, good. So let's see about where that's going to end up when I reintroduce it here. This is complicated by the fact that it doesn't exactly fit, so I do have to tuck it under the glass. Okay. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm just going to go straight in and basically I'm just going to glue it right in. Okay. Just going to glue it right in place. So let me get this correct first. All right. We want it like this. Oh boy. Like that. That looks decent. Wow, this is a really, really challenging task because I just have no space to maneuver. I don't want this coming off at a sort of wrong angle. Not that there's a wrong angle, but there are better, more optimal angles and worse angles. I think that's probably about what I want. So I'm going to go ahead and just literally, whoops, put a drop in there. Come on. Give me a drop. Yeah, give me a drop. Okay, whoops. Sorry about that. Okay. So got a drop in there. The other side, I'm not sure if it's making contact, but I'm not sure if I really care. As long as it's got good integrity on one side, that should do it. All right, let's just hold that in place for 30 seconds or so and see if we can get that to just form enough of a bond to hold things together. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's going to fly. Okay. I might need to hold it with painter's tape. Just get a little bit more in there. Okay. Whoa. I almost dripped that on the outside of the bowl, which would have been really, really, really bad. If it drips on the bottom of the bowl, I don't care so much. I'm just going to ever so carefully let go. And I can see, you can't see it, but I can see a little bubble of super glue in there that's sort of joining the two branches together. So I'm pretty confident at this point just to back off and allow that joint to dry.
So as you recall, yesterday we actually tried to bond these two branches together, and it looks pretty good. I don't know if you can see in there, but there is a nice glue bridge. It's probably just 2 millimeters wide that's holding the two together. And then we need to sort of replicate the same thing with these two branches back here. But this is kind of challenging because it's right over the side of the glass. So if any super glue drips, it's going to make a disaster. So that's why I'm going to put some like a plastic bag below it, just in case that happens. But let's try our luck with this.
Okay, so I've positioned the plastic bag below the joint that I want to fix, and I've strengthened it a little bit temporarily with some blue tape. You can see I'm already dripping from my super glue tube there, but that's okay. It's just hitting the plastic under it. I just want to hit this one joint here. See if I can get enough in there. And that's it. That's all I want to do. I want to let that dry.
All right, it's been a few hours here. I think things have dried well enough that I can remove the blue tape. I'm going to have to go in very, very carefully and try to do that. And hope that the branches don't just fall apart. So far, so good. And then once this is in good shape, then I think we can worry about caulking the entire root network to the bowl. But first things first. There, perfect. Oh, don't grab the bag. Okay. Well, that went rather well. I think those branches seem to be bonded together. Let's just give it a very gentle test. Yep, they are. Excellent. Okay, now I just got to pull the bag out of here, and everything should be okay. Okay, let me show you what I'm going to do here, or maybe I should rephrase that. Let me show you what I'm going to attempt. Which is now that we have these two super glue joints, basically our three pieces of driftwood are relatively well connected. I might be able to shoot a few more places to make it stronger. I may do that, but I want to fix it to the bowl now because I want it held firmly in place before I make any other adjustments. So the mainstay, the foundation of the whole thing is going to be this sort of flat edge down here, and because that's got an angle that's sort of aligned with the bowl. It's sort of tangential to the inner surface of the bowl, not quite. We're going to have to fill it with quite a bit of caulk, but that's okay because it's going to be under the gravel line, so you're not going to see it, and it's sort of off toward the back. So I'm going to try to give you an up-close view, and we'll see what happens, but it's going to be very, very delicate getting in here with a tube of caulk and not destroying everything else in the process.
All right, let's see if we can get this to work. So I'll just have to basically surround the end of this branch with caulk, just to make sure that in case the bond between the wood and the caulk breaks, that it still won't be able to move because it'll be mechanically impeded in two directions. So we're going to have like a V shape. Well, I'm not getting much pressure here, but that's good. I don't want a lot of it to come out. I want just enough to hold it in place, and definitely not above the gravel line. That looks relatively good. Again, yeah, I really don't want a lot of material down there. Just enough to basically make sure that it has nowhere to go. Just kind of smear it there. And as always, I'm not using white caulk. I'm using the stuff that dries clear. So that should look pretty good. Let me have a look at what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, actually that looks pretty good. I think I'm going to reinforce it a little bit on the backside, but basically that should be sturdy. Now, my luck, I'll go in there to reinforce it, and I'll end up getting caulk everywhere on the glass. So I got to be super careful not to get any of this anywhere. And that's really, really difficult to do when you're trying to balance two cameras and come in at an angle and you don't have a very long microphone cord. Oh boy. See if we can get a little bit more in there. I literally can't even see what I'm doing. So I'm kind of just guesstimating, if the truth be told. Okay, it's probably about enough, but it's very sloppy. Just a big mess right now, so I'm going to need to smooth that down. Whoa. Smooth that down, and then basically make sure that I stay below that gravel line. Of course, there's no hard and fast gravel line. I'm just imagining in my head, okay, you know, how deep is my substrate going to be? 2 inches, something like that, I guess. You know, so try not to smear above that. And I think, yeah, I want to smooth that over a little bit more. In fact, I'm going to take off, so this glove has a bunch of caulk on it. So I'm going to take off this glove because the last thing I want is to be smearing caulk everywhere when I'm trying to fix this. Oh boy. Sorry, I keep shaking the camera. It's just that I really do need a longer microphone cord, but that's another problem for another day. Oh, wow, there's actually a pretty large gap here. I need to fill this in because otherwise, you know, we might not have sufficient mechanical integrity. And then this whole composition one day could just suddenly float to the surface, which would be quite a shock. And not a good thing if I wasn't around at the time. Okay, so let's get more sealant in there. Okay, still trying to fill it in. That's, I think, a lot better. Put a little bit more there just to be safe. Okay, I think that's good. Very carefully extract the tube from the ball, and I'm going to go in and smooth that out, and hopefully, whoops, sorry about that, almost lost my camera. Hopefully we'll have something that is aesthetically acceptable and mechanically sound. So I'm just going to smooth this out. Just smooth it out, like so. I think that's pretty good. This gravel line's about there. Yeah, I think we're all right. All right. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, gosh. This is where the perfectionist in me always gets the better of me, but I think, all right, that's below the gravel line. It's fair game. If it's not, you know, Michelangelo quality, that's all right. But this backside is worrying me a little bit because it's really not properly bonded to the wood. So it's not going to do anything mechanically. So I got to smooth that out a little bit. Try to connect the glass and the wood. I think that's all right. Same on this side a bit. Oh, jeez, I don't want to bang into it. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I would say that's decent mechanical integrity. It's not the most beautiful job I've ever done, but it's going to dry clear and we're going to bury it in gravel.
Okay, it's December 14th. I got some updates for you. So first of all, you can see the blue tape here that's actually holding up the power head, sort of like a sling on a broken arm. And the reason for that is because these back two suction cups had come loose. They were never really that well bonded, so I corrected that. And then also down here, where you can see the massive caulk blob that I put earlier, that's starting to turn clear, but the inside of it actually is still white because it is like 1 centimeter thick in places, and it just takes an awful long time for that to completely dry. And it probably never will, and so I'll probably have a little white spot sort of off to the bottom of my bowl, and frankly that doesn't bother me very much. But in the future, if I'm going to put that caulk in a more obtrusive place, then I'll have to probably use actual clear caulk, so I don't run the risk of drying clear on the outside and white on the inside. So the other thing that occurred to me is, I may have to put some kind of adhesive either down here. Let's see if you can, yeah, like down here where this branch meets the glass. I might have to put some super glue there, and like in a few other places, like right here where I'm touching the glass, or maybe here, just to prevent things from suddenly floating up to the surface. So I may have to secure those places with extra caulk. I'm going to do something radical. I'm going to try not to secure it at all, because ideally, right, I don't want to have any weird caulk blobs in visible areas. And this area, you can't really tell, but it's like, oh, I don't know, it looks like about 4 or 5 inches above the bottom of the bowl. It's definitely above the gravel line. I don't want to have this big, ugly caulk blob there. Even if it is clear, it's going to look weird. So I would much rather just not have anything. I mean, the whole composition, and this is really key, the whole composition is designed, or should be designed to look as though it's just a bowl that was carved right out of nature, with no respect whatsoever for where the boundaries of the bowl are, because the bowl is actually irrelevant. It just holds the carving of the three-dimensional carving of the world in place, if you will. So anyway, with that, let me do something a little bit radical. I'm going to try to add enough mechanical strength to this bottom attachment here, to the one place where we are actually caulking the wood to the glass, and see if I can get it strong enough that I never have to caulk anywhere else. So, I'm going out on a major limb here in terms of mechanical stability. It may be completely idiotic. The whole thing may rip apart as soon as I get water in here, but I think it's worth a try, because wouldn't it be cool if it didn't move, even though it wasn't waterlogged, and it could just be stable and look like it had always been there. So I just put a big caulk blob in there. I'll have to smooth that out, and I'm going to give this another, I don't know, several days, maybe a week at most, or even, well, if I have to, more than that, to completely dry, because I really want it solid. I don't want to take any risks on this thing coming apart, and I also, if possible, would like to get rid of the kind of white core to the whole thing, which is so unsightly. I had a couple of, where are my cotton swabs here? Just a second. Okay, I'm right back with you. I just got my cotton swabs, and I'm just going to try to go in here and sort of clean up a little of this excess caulk. But I've got to be very, very careful, because I don't want to catch myself on the rest of these branches and end up just getting caulk all over the place. That would not be good. So I have to work my way in here in this serpentine type of way, just to get down to where the joint is that I want to clean up. Wow, this is, you need to be a yoga master sometimes to do this. All right, let's just see if we can, well, that doesn't matter much, does it? Because that's on the bottom of the bowl. But I'm trying to get at this guy back here, which also doesn't matter much because it's under the gravel line. But if I can smooth it out a bit, I could actually compact it and maybe add a bit of strength to the joint. That's actually going to dry quite clear and get buried under gravel, and I don't really care. So that's okay. The only issue with it potentially is that it is not necessarily complete from the backside. Let me go have a look at that. It's not bad. Actually, it's not bad. Maybe just compact it down a little bit more. Make sure to get like full coverage on the backside if I can. In other words, I want it smoothed down everywhere that I can, because I want sort of maximum contact between the branch network and the glass as mediated by the caulk. And I'm trying to smooth this out, but it's totally hopeless, so never mind. But that actually is half decent. I might be able to do a little bit better compaction job. Because if I can get enough strength in here, you know, maybe, just maybe, it'll hold the entire thing in place and I won't need to mess up the glass with more caulk. But I told you that already. So, all right, let's give that several days and see what happens. It's now January 21st, 2020. I went on a long trip and came back, and lo and behold, I found that the power head had almost entirely separated from the back wall of the bowl, so that's going to need to be super glued. I mean, I could put more caulk, but I'm afraid the same thing's going to happen again. And at least if I super glue on top of the caulk, I'll have a way of getting rid of most of the super glue if in fact I need to scrape it off at some point, because obviously I don't want to put super glue on the glass, because if I ever wanted to remove the power head or replace it with a different one, I would have this super glue splotch there forever. But in this case, I got to do what I got to do. So I'm just going to touch that up and see if I can make it much more mechanically stable. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is just get rid of the blue tape, because frankly, super glue is plenty capable of holding its own. But this is going to be kind of awkward. So, wow, actually, blue tape is holding the entire thing in place. Do I want to do this? Yeah, I want to do it, because super glue is going to be relatively robust after about 30 seconds to a minute if I just apply some gentle pressure. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do the ambitious thing and get rid of the entire support structure here. Okay. And of course, it's really tough to do this with latex gloves on, because it's going to stick to everything. Gah! You know, it's these little details like this that I think are so useful to record. I mean, they're obviously not very interesting or compelling, but it just shows you all the stuff that can go wrong when you try to design, your own fantastic aquascape. But it's a labor of love, right? It's worth it. So, look at this mess. Look at what I got to tangle with here. Come on. Oh boy. All right, I think I'm about done with that. Okay, good. Now, I think I'm going to just apply my super glue directly so I can stick it right on the back of the filter. Oops, sorry about that. So I wonder if my glue is dry, or if I can still get any glue out of there. Come on, come on, come on. It's not going to give me any glue. All right, hang on. I'm going to go have to cut the top off of this. Now I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take the lazy way out, and I'm just going to break it open. All right. And you'll notice I'm not wearing a mask because I'm just being lazy, because it's only one little tiny job, or so I think. You know, maybe it's a huge mistake, and I really need to wear a mask because it's going to take me an hour, because the whole thing's going to be a disaster. Hopefully not, but who knows. Okay, just smear around some super glue. This one looks like it has too much. Let's take that off. That's the good thing about wearing gloves. You can just smear the glue anywhere, and it's not going to be so dangerous. All right. So if I sit this thing right here, and I apply pressure for a while, maybe that's going to stay. Let's hope so. I think my glue is literally drying as I'm sitting here, because I can't go put the top on while I'm holding, while I'm applying pressure to push the power head back against the glass. But I have no choice. Okay, what if I just sort of relax on that? Are you going to stay? Are you going to stay? Oh, please stay. Please stay. Please stay. Don't move. Okay. I think, fingers crossed, that's done. Long time no see. It's March 3rd, 2020. So part of the reason that I haven't recorded in quite a while is because I actually moved house. And when I did, of course, I had to take this bowl with me. And again, remember, this is almost a 19-inch diameter bowl. It's like 18 and a half. So I had to be very careful with it. And unfortunately, there wasn't any space in the van itself. And I dare not have mailed it because of all the effort and time and so forth I'd put into it. So the only thing I could do was put it on my lap, where it sat, but for a couple breaks for 13 hours. And let me tell you, that may be a labor of love, but it was not fun. So be careful when you transport these things. Fortunately, by some miracle, nothing got damaged, except for this one little driftwood that I had to re-glue. You can probably see some of the white residue from the super glue, but that'll get hidden by algae and plants and so forth. I'm not worried about it. So it came through just fine. But then, of course, just a little while ago, as I was getting ready to take a video, I dropped my phone onto the front of the bowl, right about here, and there was a loud bung. Now, fortunately, nothing cracked, again, by some miracle. I mean, I think the equatorial region of this bowl is on the order of 2 millimeters thick. It is not much glass, but I guess the rubber sheathing around my phone was good enough to let it bounce off, and fortunately, nothing happened. But let that be a lesson, right? You have to really carefully contemplate where to keep your bowl in the house. And it shouldn't be a place where there's people running past all the time, or kids playing, or just people that might have just woken up, for example, and might bump into it. It has to be a place that's out of the way, where people only go when they're clear-headed and cognizant. Otherwise, you could have 100 kilograms of water and shards of glass flying everywhere, which would be really dangerous. So please do put some thought into that. And again, beware. Bowls like this in particular, it looks like the rim is like 5 or 6 millimeters thick, but if you actually look at the equator, it's about 2 millimeters thick. So these things are not engineered necessarily to be aquariums. I think by and large they're not. So you know, also do the test filling that I mentioned in a safe place. Assume that it's going to crack and explode everywhere. Hopefully it won't, but do a test filling before you put any effort into, you know, aquascaping it, because who knows, it might not hold water. And if it doesn't, the likely reason, or I should say if it shatters to pieces, the likely reason is there's some kind of a bubble imperfection, like an air bubble in the glass, that weakens it structurally. So those are really important things to keep in mind. Safety first, right? But so yeah, like I said, everything came through okay. Now I did spare you the boredom of layering down about an average of, what is that, maybe 7 centimeters or so of gravel. Now it's very lumpy like oatmeal, but of course that'll settle out once we get some fish in there and get some water in there. The reason that I wanted to go that deep is because obviously if I just had a shallow cover, I'd only have a very small surface area on the bottom, because this is obviously a sphere, which wouldn't have left me much space to plant. And of course also, you know, this little driftwood trunk in the back over there is caulked down, and I wanted to make sure that I cover that caulk seal with at least a centimeter of solid gravel. So if there's any fish digging around there, they're not going to dig up the caulk seal and somehow cause it to fail, which would be a disaster, because the entire driftwood assembly could float. It just wouldn't be good. So anyway, I think we're ready to plant. Let's get some plants and put it together. Okay, it's March 5th, 2020. I'm going to plant this bowl. In fact, I've got the plants right here for you. You can see what I've been washing this morning. And basically, these plants I've been keeping for several weeks in another sort of holding tank, just because I had an opportunity to buy some nice plants, but I wasn't ready to use them yet for my bowl. So now they're ready to go. So I put them in the bowl there, and I spray them with a spray bottle periodically, as I will also do after they've been put into the bowl, just because I don't want the leaves to dry out in the time that it takes me to do most of the aquascaping I need to do, and then, of course, fill the water in the bowl. Just a couple items of note. Obviously, this is sort of a one-shot deal, because when I put the epiphytes, like anubias, for example, on the driftwood, I'm going to be using super glue. And it would be a real mess if I had to peel that off and stick it somewhere else. And the roots might not like that, and it just wouldn't be good. So I've got to try to do this basically all in one go. We'll see. And then, of course, ground cover is a little bit simpler. I have some sword plants and stuff. We'll see. I think that'll be all right. But just for precautionary sake, I do suggest that when you're dealing with plants and soil and all that kind of stuff, that you do wear a surgical mask or some sort of equivalent, just because you don't want all that stuff in your nose. There's goodness knows how many species of bacteria and amoebas and stuff, and it's potentially hazardous, so I don't even want to deal with it. And of course, you want to wear gloves, because you're going to have super glue all over the place. But apart from that, I think it's pretty straightforward. So let's give it a go. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to start with the easy part, which is the ground cover, which in this case really just means a few swords of various types. So let me start out with this very nice cryptocorny. I think I kind of like that way back here by this root. So we'll just tuck it in there, and it's not going to like being moved. Cryptocornies generally hate being moved. Oops, I don't want to uncover the caulk back there. Here, let's do this. We'll just move some extra gravel on top of the roots, and I guess that will do. And by the way, I don't have any real firm plan in my head. I just have sort of a situational awareness, if you will, of what I need to do to keep the aesthetics as natural as possible, yet still being practical. So for instance, we don't have all these tall plants in the front. Nobody can see anything. So I'm just sort of following those aesthetic rules as I progress. I'm not adhering to any global architecture of any kind. So it's another way of saying I really don't very well know what I'm doing, but that's okay. We'll get through this, I'm sure. So here's another one that's this one's quite pretty. Let's see if I can get that in the camera here. It's the same species. I'm not sure what kind of crypt this is, to be honest with you, but it's quite beautiful. The leaves are sort of brownish. I'm just going to stick this one sort of in the front of the other one, and of course it's small now, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay small. It'll grow up, so I still don't want to put that in the foreground necessarily, but I'll just tuck it in over here, something like that. I don't want to bury the crown too deeply. They don't like that. Crypts, as a rule, when you replant them, it seems like it doesn't matter. You can have the same water quality, perfect quality water, whatever. They're still going to freak out, and their leaves are going to melt. It's called a crypt melt. And then after a month or so, they get their act together and they come back. So as long as they got their needs met, they'll be okay. But I'm sure in another several weeks, this tank will look just awful, and that's okay. That's okay. It'll get fixed in good time. So I have this other crypt. I don't even know what this is. I'm sure somebody can figure this out, but it has these beautiful long red leaves, and it doesn't seem to grow all that big. So I'm just going to stick that sort of on the side, I think. I'll leave it here. Let's see what happens. It's still sort of toward the back because I don't really trust it. It might grow kind of tall, and I wouldn't want it to take up the whole foreground. So I'm going to put it back there. And of course I'm watching the leaves, and every half hour or so I'm going to shoot it with the sprayer, a little spray bottle. Keep the leaves moist. Here is, oh, that looks like that fell apart. Just a minute. Oh goodness, I had a Cryptocorny balansae here, which is a really beautiful long-leafed Cryptocorny like you've probably seen in some of my other tanks. And I basically hacked off its largest leaf, which is really unfortunate. But maybe you can see that. That's a Cryptocorny balansae. I'm going to plant that in the back. Those things tend to, these plants tend to form really long curling leaves that really fit the curvature of a bowl quite beautifully, as you've seen in, for example, forest bubbles. So hopefully I can get that to happen in this bowl. I'm going to stick it in the back, and we'll see. That'll literally take months to grow out, but what does it matter to you? Because to you, it's probably just another hour of video time, or much less than that. So let's see. How about this one? Here's this little, I don't know what this is. This looks like Echinodorus tenalis, which is the sort of pygmy chainsword is the common name that I have used in a number of my compositions, but the leaves are much darker green, and it's not microsword, it's not grass, but it looks like it. I don't know what this is. I saw it in a store. I thought it was really cool. It wasn't cheap, so I only bought one. But again, this will propagate in time, and by the time the Aquatic Gardeners Association show is running in the fall, maybe the bowl will have grown out enough to participate. I certainly hope so. But yeah, that's probably going to take several months to propagate under the best of conditions. And I'm going to try to give it good fertilizer and so forth. Well, if nothing else, just give it a good bio load. So I dropped that in the front. Okay, let's pause there a second, because the next thing I'm going to do involves super glue, and that could get pretty sticky. Just for sake of completeness, I just wanted to show you what that looks like so far. Definitely not very impressive, but it's a start. And hopefully the little chainsword, whatever it is, will propagate in the foreground. But okay, let's get on with the epiphytes. So the first thing I want to do, just because it's the most challenging plant to deal with, is position this Bucephalandra, if you can see that, beautiful Bucephalandra, sort of down here in the nexus of all these branches, and notably where I spilled the superglue yesterday, where I used excessive amounts of superglue. So it's nice to be able to cover that up, but more importantly, I think it's a great central location for a very interesting convoluted plant. It sort of tortuously twists all over the place. Doesn't grow very fast, unfortunately, and so these things are quite expensive, actually. But it is just so unique, and I think there's a good place for it in this bowl. As you can see, I'm aiming much more for biodiversity than having massive amounts of the same species. I don't want to have monoculture in my tank, even though in some ways that's more faithful to a biotope. I just would rather have the diversity. It's just more interesting. So I just twisted it up there. You know what? Maybe I don't even need to super glue that. I'm probably making a mistake, but I think I can just hold it with pressure. Wouldn't that be cool? Just yank it through ever so carefully. As you can see, some of these leaves are not the best. I need to get my shrimp to get them to, I need to get the shrimp to eat all that up for me. But I think this may work. Take this branch and maybe twist it around over here. I don't know. Like I said, I'm making this up as I go along. And I have to be mindful of the fact that the power head is going to be blowing from the rear. So it's going to be battering this thing pretty heavily. And I have to make sure that it's sufficiently held in place that it's not going to come loose and float on the surface. All right, I think that's good. Oh, cool. That actually worked well. Now I just need somebody to eat all that nasty algae, but I'm not worried about that. That's months and months that they have to do that. Wow. Okay. Well, let me pause there for a second. And next up, I think I'll do some Java fern. Okay. Now I have some staghorn Java fern, which you can see here. There's not much of a root network on it. I don't think I want to put it close to the surface because then it's going to tend to grow bushy and block all the light. But I also don't want to put it on the gravel because it's not really a properly rooting plant. It's an epiphyte, so it belongs on the driftwood. So I don't know. Maybe we should put this one at the back. Yeah, I'm thinking it sort of more naturally fits back here somewhere. Let's see, I'm going to have a lot of current there. I always have to be mindful again of, where the water current's coming from, because if I put a very tough plant in front of it, I might block most of the current. But if I put a really flimsy plant or some moss or something, it might just blow apart. So while I'm thinking about that, I'm going to use my handy sprayer. And I'm going to give everybody a good spray here. Make sure I don't get anything drying out. All right. I think that'll help. Yeah, that does kind of look natural back there, but I definitely have to super glue that in place because that is not going to hold on its own. There's not really any mechanical pressure back there. So let's see. Let me see if I can give you a better view of that. Just hold on one second. Okay, so you can kind of see what I'm going for back here. I think I'm going to have to super glue that. I'm just trying to find the right place to do it. Maybe about like that. Again, I have to imagine how this thing is going to grow out. That might get a little bit obnoxious having the filter, the power head there. So I think I'm going to lower it down one branch to kind of get it out of the way of the current. Yeah, we could do that. We could also put it on this this larger trunk down here, sort of behind it. But I think, no, not the one you think I'm going to do. There's one way back down here that goes into the gravel. But I think that's going to block some of the crypts if I do that. So I think I'm going to keep it where I have it now. Yeah, why not? Let's just go for that. You also have to think about how the plants are going to inevitably compete with each other for light. And that can create a lot of problems if you have too many plants that are blocking each other, for obvious reasons. It's also an aesthetic issue, certainly. So what am I going to do? I have no idea. Maybe I'll just put some glue on this branch and hope that I kind of know what I'm doing and that I can get the Java fern to stay there long enough to sort of bond. This is totally bad engineering. I'm sure that I'm not adhering to any kind of optimal drying time, but let's see. Let's see if I can just get that to kind of stick. Are you going to stick? Oh, you're going to stick. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Okay. So I have here an Anubia, which I think I'm going to plant on this large trunk at the center of the screen back here. There's this little creeping branch that kind of crisscrosses over it. I think I'm going to go below that because if I go above it, I'm getting too close to the outflow there, and I might block it once the Anubia grows. Now, of course, this Anubia, this is sort of the tip of the Anubia where all the growth is going to happen. So I'll sort of set it on an incline. So this is sort of at the top of the trunk, so it can grow up the trunk. I don't want it to grow down the trunk because then it would hit the gravel, and that would not be really suitable for an Anubia. So let me see if I can super glue that in place. This is going to be really challenging. But I'll tell you what, I'll switch the camera so maybe you can see what's going on. All right, so literally, I'm just going to super glue it right about there. And let's hope that my super glue just doesn't dry up on me, which sometimes happens. Okay, let's just put some glue around this smaller branch. Sorry, you probably can't see too well what I'm doing, but I'll show you in a moment. So I'm just going to put some super glue right under this sort of crisscross branch, the smaller branch that crisscrosses over the big trunk. And then I'm going to sit the Anubia on top of that big trunk, and I'm just going to apply pressure. Well, that might do it. So I guess I'm just going to have to wait and see if that'll dry and see if it'll bond. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to hit it with more super glue. Yeah, you know what? Maybe just for safety's sake, I'll go ahead and do that. I'll just put a drop in there. It is really hard to navigate through this neurological mass of driftwood, for lack of a better term. But it's a labor of love, what can I say? All right, get a little bit more super glue in there. Hope that things bond up. And unfortunately, I have to close my super glue really fast because otherwise it's going to dry out. So I can't just immediately apply pressure to the epiphyte network, but I'm going to do that right now. And I hope that I don't glue my gloves to the Anubia, which would be a disaster. Okay, maybe that'll work. Ooh, it's holding in place. Okay, so I have a so-called nano Anubia, which is same kind of thing, but with a little bit smaller leaves, as you can see. So I think I want it resting right here on this sort of major branch. It just seems kind of natural. And unlike in the previous case, I'm actually going to have the growth end of it. So in this case, if you look at the root network, that would be this end, pointing downwards, because there's a lot more space for it to grow down this branch than back into the main branch, because it's just going to hit the area where the Bucephalendra is located. I could also locate it on this little branch out here, this little stubby branch, but I think I'm not going to because there's just not a lot of real estate there. It's not going to grow into much of anything. So let's go ahead and put it on this front branch here, or this side branch. Just get some super glue down there. See if that's going to work. You notice I glue the branch. I don't glue the plant directly because it'll go all over the place and it'll stick the roots together, and I don't think it'll accomplish very much. So let's put that here. Oh boy, this one's challenging just because the access here is really, really next to impossible. I hope I didn't just super glue some gravel to it. And I try to let the roots sort of splay out on both sides of the branch. I don't want it sitting sort of all on one side because it looks totally unnatural. I also don't want to super glue gravel to the Anubia. So let's see here. Let's see how I can settle this in. Oh boy. That one is not going too well. Maybe because I really can't easily apply pressure here. Yeah, that is going to get knocked straight off as soon as the power head turns on, unless I can get it seated better. That's a little bit better. All right, well, at least it's in position, but I don't think there's any mechanical strength to speak of, so I'm just going to zap some more super glue in there. And yes, to an extent, this will impede the functionality of the epiphyte and its roots, but that's okay. In time, it will grow new roots. So let's just stick some in there, and that will turn white when it dries, which is horrible looking, but that's okay because nature will eventually grow right over it with algae and new shoots and so forth. So I'm okay with that. Get some of the gravel off here, but yeah, all in all, I think that's pretty good. Now we just need some moss. Okay, so I have 3 different species of moss. Unfortunately, I did not purchase a very large quantity at all. It's a small fraction of a handful. So I've just sort of ripped it up and put it into a jar all together. Let's see if you can see this. So it's just literally that much moss. So it's going to be sort of unproductive to try to glue this to the branches. So what I'm going to do instead is uh-oh, that's not good. I just sort of destroyed the end of my Bucephalendra there. That's terrible. Well, it'll grow back. I think it would be better just to scatter it on the gravel, simply because that'll allow it to have a lot of surface area access to nutrients and so forth, and it can basically grow pretty quickly. And then once it's grown large enough, then I'll go back later and attach it to the branches. So let's go ahead and do that. I can just shake this out. It looks like canned spinach or something. I'm just gonna basically drop this on the gravel, on the surface, and hopefully in a lighted area. I don't want it too deep. I certainly don't want to bury it. I'm not trying to fix it to the substrate in any way. I'm just literally trying to seed the substrate with it superficially so that it can grow. And it will eventually grow, and it doesn't have the settling issues like the rooted plants do or some of the epiphytes do. So it can start absorbing nitrates and ammonia pretty much immediately from the water, which of course is good for the fish. And so like I said, once it grows out, I'll be able to attach it to the branches, but that's certainly not going to happen today. So that's it for the moment. I think the next step, frankly, is to fill it with water and start cycling. Okay, so I've decided that this little foreground plant is really beautiful. Like I said, it looks like Echinodurus tenuis, but I don't think it is because it's too dark, unless this is like sort of a semi-aquatic form. But whatever it is, it does kind of look like it's slow growing. So I'm basically going to very carefully separate the crown, hopefully into multiple separate plantlets, and then just basically plant them sort of evenly distributed around the foreground in the hopes that it's going to increase propagation rate. It might not. This might be a total disaster. Maybe I should be using a knife, but here goes. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Okay, so yeah, this is what you have to do when availability of plants is limited, and you've only got one of a kind in a given store or whatever. Then you're just going to have to propagate it on your own and play farmer. But I guess that's part of the fun. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to replant it. Hang on a second. So I have to tell you something. So in the middle of March of 2020, I left the country on a 5-day business trip, and I left my planted bowl in the care of a very conscientious friend of mine. Anyway, I was just being paranoid because seriously, how much can go wrong with a planted bowl in 5 days? Well, 5 days later, the bowl was looking just great. Unfortunately for me, I was now locked out of the country due to COVID restrictions. So in fact, 8 months and 28 days in 2 quarantines later, I was finally able to return to the bowl that you're about to see in a moment. Now, having said that, look, if this is the only thing that I have to complain about, then I actually have nothing to complain about, because I'm lucky enough that, at least until now, I have not yet gotten COVID. It's December 2nd, 2020. So when I got home a few days ago, this is the sorry sight that greeted me. Of course, I wasn't entirely surprised because I'd been keeping abreast of the situation, but I'm pretty much back to square one. The Java fern in the back managed to survive pretty well. Those things are relatively tough. And then I think you can see the power head is sort of functional. But that's about it. There was an Anubia, I think, that survived, and I pulled it out and I threw it in a pile of plants that I got on the way home to basically restock this thing. And then if you look down there at the base of the wood, if I can get the light out of the way, yeah, there you go. You can see the caulk is being exposed close to the root there, which indicates that we seem to have lost some gravel. Maybe it was just blown around, but I think I had more. And there's a Cryptocorny balansae, sorry about that, right back in here that's still sort of intact. It's just hanging on, but all in all, definitely not a pretty situation. There's a lot of green spot algae all over the place. You can sort of see up on the glass, so I've got my work cut out for me. I'm going to clean this thing up, and then I'm going to start restocking it. But the first thing I got to do is remount that power head, and I think I'm just going to hack it with super glue. But let's see how things go. Now, you're probably going to want to fast forward through a lot of this, I realize that, but hey, you want to know what it takes to get a great bowl? I'm going to show you. Okay, so I've taken the water level down pretty close to the bottom, and I'm getting ready to reaffix the suction cups of the power head back onto the rear of the glass, because probably the suction cups are not going to last very well. They're not going to adhere for very long if I just suction it back on, although I guess I could do that. But before I think of any of that, I need to get all the stupid green spot algae off. So to that end, I got one of these super sliders furniture pad things, which I use as an algae scraper. In fact, if you look at my river bubble videos, you can see me cleaning river bubble quite effectively with one of these things. They're really great at getting that hard green spot algae off. However, when I went to have a look at the spot algae itself, I found it just wipes off. Look at that smear. I just took my finger, I smeared against the glass, and the green spot came right off. So even though there are green spots of algae, it is by no means green spot algae. I'm really thrilled. So let me get this cleaned up and I'll be right back. Okay, so the good news is that I've managed to remove most of the green algae off the glass. I was very, very paranoid and careful to make sure that there was no sand or gritty particles in between my fingers and the glass. So I very gently daubed a wet cloth on the glass to try to remove the algae. And it seems to have worked pretty well, but I was very careful, to make sure I didn't scratch it. Now, here's the problem. The base of the root here has become detached from the bottom of the bowl. I thought that because gravel had been removed, you could just see the bond itself, but that's actually not the case. It's become detached. So in theory, I would have to empty the bowl, remove all the gravel, dry everything out, completely rebond, and that would just suck. Fortunately, it seems that in the intervening 8 months, the root, the driftwood, has become waterlogged enough that it no longer has a hazardous degree of buoyancy. So I think the composition is going to be mechanically stable. By the way, as luck would have it, some of the new plants that I purchased came with laterite. So I took the laterite out of the plant plugs and I just put them in this, put it in this plastic bag, and I'm just going to create a thin layer of fertilizer, and then I'm going to put another layer of gravel on top of that. So I'll show you the result in a moment. Okay, here we are. This is my catfish exhibition tank. No, seriously, I put the laterite in and it's totally muddied the water. So I'm probably going to have to let that settle overnight before even attempting to put in another layer of gravel to cover it. But in the meantime, I've got this handy sprayer thing here, and I think I'm going to take off any sort of remaining debris that I can find on the glass, because I don't want dust or algae or whatever to float into the water column as soon as I refill the bowl, because that would just create a lot more work. So hopefully this will help somewhat. Maybe I can even use it as a sprayer somewhat effectively. So, all right, I'll leave it at that until this laterite settles out. Okay, I just wanted to point one thing out. This is kind of tricky to shoot, but right along here, there's a calcium line, and this sort of runs sort of down the side of the bowl. You can see it coming all the way up over here. So I'm going to try to hit this with some lemon juice while the laterite is settling out and see if I can't remove it. I'm just going to put lemon juice on a paper towel and see what happens. Okay, so maybe you can see it a little bit better. It's this line here. I'm just going to try to wipe it off. And it seems to come off really well. And oftentimes when you apply any liquid to like a calcium stain like that, it appears to come off immediately, but that's just because you're changing the optical properties when you moisten it with a towel containing any kind of liquid. So it remains to be seen whether or not it's really going to come back once this dries, but I'll give it my best shot. Lo and behold, I think that actually worked. I don't see much of anything left. There's a little bit of calcium line still here. But by and large, it looks like the lemon juice is taking care of it. So I'm happy with that. Unfortunately, the next thing I've noticed is that this Java fern is definitely, this one back here is definitely going to dry out if I just let that laterite settle overnight. So maybe I ought to get going with planting here in a minute. Okay, let's think for a second about a planting plan. So if you sort of look at the top of the bowl, you can see it's divided essentially into 4 quadrants by the driftwood. So, of course, we're not going to do anything so perfectly regimented, but generally speaking, in the southeast corner there, it's minimally obstructed, which means we could have some kind of a high light plant, some kind of carpeting plant, probably. The southwest corner is a little bit obstructed by this upper branch here, that I might put some terrestrial plants on. And then, of course, you've got some of these lower branches down here, which might have anubias and so forth. So it's somewhat obstructed, but we could probably have some kind of a chain sword or something that's, toward the bottom there as well. But in the back here, there's just far too much obstruction. There's not a lot of light that's going to penetrate all the way to the bottom. So in that case, we're going to have something tall and sort of spindly, like maybe some kind of cryptocornes, that are able to navigate around to the light for themselves. And then in the northeast corner, we have this Java fern back here. Maybe I can put a few more ferns that can deal with the really low light situation, and then have some anubias on the branches, or possibly other epiphytes or mosses. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's see how this works out. All right, I'm just going to spray this Java fern here a little bit. Hit the Cryptocorne Balance too. Make sure the leaves are sufficiently moist to make it through the night, and just to make sure that it doesn't lose too much moisture, I'm going to go ahead and put this paper towel over the leaves and make sure that it dips into the water so it will wick up all that water onto the leaves, and it should be alive and well in the morning. Okay, it looks like the laterite has settled out a bit, so I'm going to go ahead and put some gravel down on the bottom. I'm first going to put down this fine grained gravel. This is really good for rooting, but it's not so great if you get it on the glass because it's just very, very difficult to get it off. It's almost like kind of dust. So that's why I'm going to top everything off with this very coarse grained gravel, which is more maintainable. So let me get that done and we'll see what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to try to use this little plastic cup to sort of get the gravel where I want it without it being all over the place. But we'll see if this actually works, and I realize this is going to kick up a lot of the laterite while I'm doing it, so I'm trying to be as gentle as possible, but we'll see how well this succeeds. All right, that looks pretty good. I only have to do that about 10 more times. Give me a minute. Okay, so I finished putting down the fine layer. You can see that on top of the gravel, and at this point I'm going to put the coarse layer down. I did end up doing some of it just manually because I found I just had better control when doing it by hand. But anyway, okay, let's get that coarse layer down. Okay, that worked well. I'm just spraying down the driftwood and the glass in order to get any loose pieces of silica out of the way so we don't get any scratches. And the next thing we're going to do is super glue the power head back into place. Okay, I got my mask on, as you can probably tell from the sound of my voice, and I'm going to go ahead and try to glue up these pads and see if I can go ahead and get this to stick to the back of the bowl. They are a bit rough from the previous adhesion, but we'll give it a try. I'm just going to put a very small drop of super glue in the bottom of each one, which hopefully will be enough to get it to stick to the glass. And I got to seal up the super glue for 1 second and make sure it doesn't dry out on me, because we're going to need it for the epiphytes later when we put the anubias on the driftwood. Okay, so let's have a look, see if that's going to stay. Please don't drip everywhere. And of course I've got all the sand out of the way, so I'm not going to glue any sand in place, which would be a nightmare. So let's hope that's about good enough. All right, I'm just going to squeeze it into place, and I guess I'll have to hold it here for about 30 seconds, but I'm going to cut off the video. Oops. I'll cut off the video right now, and I'll be back when it's done. Okay, so I have finished remounting the power head. It looks like it has attached itself quite well with the super glue to the back wall. And of course, super glue dries better, or I should say bonds better when there's moisture in the environment. So it's quick and easy for aquarium use. Of course, it's not safe when you have fish around. So with that done, I actually rotated the bowl a little bit, just a couple degrees, because it was a bit off axis with respect to the power head in the back. But now that that's done, I think I'm going to go ahead and start gluing the anubias in place.
Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to mount some mosses, physidans in this case, and then I've also got a Christmas moss. And so some people like to mount with fishing line. Please don't do that. The world has enough plastic fiber already without your fishing line that eventually is going to find its way into, who knows, the landfill or the ocean. So I do recommend super glue, but some people also mount with black thread, which does work, but it seems to remain visible like indefinitely, and it sort of interferes aesthetically, which is why I like super glue. So I'm just totally winging this here. I'm just going to guess that my physidans would probably get enough light over here in this location, and it might just be able to attach to this branch and sort of spread out. I'm just going to add another daub of glue around the edges to try to fix it in place a bit better. And of course the super glue will kind of kill the leaves locally, but that's okay. If you fertilize properly, the leaves will continue to grow, and the moss will expand over time. I've also got my handy spray bottle, so let's make that kind of a diffuse spray. That'll keep the moss alive while I'm working, but it'll also help the super glue to bond. And whoops, sorry about that. It's hard to keep so many things working at the same time. Okay. Now I have this Christmas moss here, and I think the Christmas moss probably doesn't need quite as much light, so I'm going to put it somewhere closer to the bottom. I guess I could put it in the back, but then the jet from the power head is going to just blow it every which way. So maybe I'll put it down here. It might be all right, and then it could kind of grow. Yeah, kind of like that. By the way, I've also got some Bucephalendra coming up in a minute. So Bucephalendra, of course, is a very, very slow-growing plant from Borneo in Indonesia. It's a beautiful, unique shape, though, unlike anything that seems to grow in the Amazon. It's a very different form. So it adds sort of an aesthetic variety to the bowl. Now that looks like, if I just leave it there, that this floppy part at the front is just going to completely come off. So I'm just going to divorce it directly, and I'll put this a little bit further up. Actually, maybe I'll put it further down here. Again, Java moss and its relatives like Christmas moss here really just don't require that much light. So I don't mind putting them in a lower light situation so I can get my more light demanding plants closer to the source of illumination. And I'll give that a good spray as well. Let's see here. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and put the anubias on there. I like to start with the big ones, because if you put all the small ones in place and you realize there's no space for the big one, then things get kind of complicated. So I lay the big ones down first. And I'm totally winging this. I don't know where this is going to lead. I certainly don't want to have a symmetrical, perfect arrangement, but I also don't want to have something that's just a complete random hodgepodge. Nature is neither chaotic nor ordered. It's somewhere in between in this complexity place. So let's see. Sometimes you just have to visually play with things in order to see what works. That actually wouldn't be bad. Let's do that. Although that is actually a very tricky mount, because there are these two pieces of driftwood here, like this one, and then the horizontal one here, and they're not really connected. I think I glued them together at one point, but let's just say it's not a mechanically sound bond. So if I put the Anubia up there, it may or may not be happy about it. Maybe I'll sort of glue it down here. We'll see what comes of that. See if I can sort of stick this in place. If I just hold on to it for 20 seconds or something, maybe with any luck, it will properly adhere. And then I have another smaller Anubia. We'll have to figure out where that's going to go. Maybe I'll put it closer to the bottom, because Anubias are, low light plants. All right, so that seems to abound. I could probably do a little bit better job with the root system here. Let me see if I can get that to kind of squeeze down on the branch. Hold that for a few seconds. So far so good. And then I'm going to get to the Bucephalendras after I mount that next to Nubia. I think that's all right. So I want a little bit extra in there. It's always good to err on the side of caution, because if you've got the whole tank just how you want it, and then all of a sudden the power head dislodges everything, that's kind of unfortunate. So I'm going to add a little bit more glue than I probably need. And yes, that'll damage the roots, but again, it'll grow back. So that should be okay. And I'll give that a good spray. Help that super glue bond. All right. And here's my little mini Anubia. Let me just grab this out of my plant pot here. There's a little mini one. I'm kind of thinking, this doesn't need very much light. I could put it down here by the power head. Yeah, that actually might work very well. That might work very well. It just sort of fits in there. It's got this curly rhizome that sort of matches the curl of the driftwood. They look like they were made for each other. All right. Now that's extremely difficult to access, this angle. So I'm just going to have to improvise. That's one of the things when you're designing a bowl that's so tortuous as this one is. You just have to get used to the fact that, you know, you're going to have to become sort of a yoga master in order to maintain it, and certainly to set it up. So I'm just going to have to deal with it the best I can. Let me just put this in here. And whoops, I've got a little cryptocorny here that I don't want to glue into place. I don't think it would like that. They don't have rhizomes. They don't attach themselves to wood, unlike Anubias. So I wouldn't want to glue a cryptocorny to the driftwood. Okay. And by the way, I'm trying to do all this in one video take because it's really hard to sort of get situated and unsituated between takes, especially when I'm doing this all myself. So just a little piece of cinematic advice there to those of you doing aquarium documentaries. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I think I need to hit that with a sprayer. All right, now whether or not that's going to withstand the force of the power head remains to be seen, but I think the positioning is good. Now the Bucephalendra, I would say pretty much you want this close to the surface because it just needs a lot of light. I mean, well, I don't actually know that. I'm just assuming that because the leaves are red, and red leaves usually seem to require higher light, but I don't know, maybe that's an urban legend. But in any event, these things are not cheap. Some of these plants can actually run $50. Not these ones, fortunately, but if you get a nice, hand-size Bucephalendra, it could run $50 easily. So I don't want to take my chances. I'm going to keep it under high illumination. And maybe I'm going to let the roots just sort of dangle everywhere. That might work well. Then again, it might not. I actually have a few of these, and I think I'm going to mount them. I think I'm going to try to sort of tie them up in the roots themselves, in the driftwood. Try to tie up the roots in the driftwood and see if that works. And then basically pin it in place with super glue. That doesn't look very inspiring, does it? Because you see this thing is sort of long, straight rhizome. I sort of want to match the shape of the rhizome with the driftwood. You know, I've been doing that sort of all along, but sort of on an unconscious level, so I haven't said anything about it. Maybe if I bound it here, then the leaves would sort of unfurl naturally as they find the light. let's sort of hope that happens. Sometimes you just got to try something and hope that it works, and then when it turns into a disaster, you back off and try something else. All right. Okay. Let's see if that's going to work. Okay, so if I get the rhizome right up against this driftwood and I press it down onto the super glue, if I hold it for like 20 seconds, in theory this will bind. I'm hoping it will, but this isn't the fastest drying super glue, but it's pretty good. And it did successfully bond my glove to the driftwood. Okay, well, I would call that a pass. Let's hit that with a spray. Okay. Now, I don't just want that one lonely Bucephalendra sitting there, so I got a couple of others. Like I said, just little small fragments. I'm going to put them elsewhere. I don't want them all living together. That would be kind of boring. Maybe we could put one like here, all the way over here on the left side. Whoa, please don't drip everywhere. Again, that's the reason that I'm doing this before I add any other plants, let alone fish, because I don't want super glue sort of just dripping willy-nilly all over the place. Although it is convenient that when it hits the water, it just sort of turns to this plastic blob that you can remove. All right. Oh boy. Yeah, this one is not going so well. I don't feel that I have the adhesion that I need. Yeah, I definitely don't. Oh boy. It's a good place for it too. Maybe I could use more glue. I don't know. Maybe I'll just wrap it into these branches here. That might help. Why not? Yeah, that looks very, very stupid. Oh, this is a difficult one. Maybe if I can hold it like that. Yeah, okay. Sometimes just using the branches of the driftwood to hold the plant in place actually helps. At least it helps to get it stable enough for you to super glue it. All right, let's hope I can actually glue that this time. You got some white marks there now on the driftwood because of the dried super glue, which looks bad, but algae will accumulate on that and eventually just hide it. Once it dries, you can also scrape it off, by the way, very carefully. Wow, that actually worked. I'll reinforce it ever so slightly. Okay, good. I'm going to spray that, nail it into place with the super glue. Okay, that ought to be pretty good. All right, give everybody a good spray. Don't let anything dry out. All right, we have this one lonely straggler of a Bucephalendra. This one I kind of feel I want to put up the back here. And in fact, whoops, there seems to be a little conjunction between two of the branches of the driftwood that would be perfect. But I have to retrieve it here for a minute. The challenges of working on an extremely dense bowl. This is like, three-dimensionally dense. It's a labor of love though, right? If it works, it should be just beautiful. So see, I'm wrapping this up in the driftwood here, trying to sort of entangle it, and then I will glue it down once it's sufficiently entangled. Now you can't see back here, but there's a little sort of pocket that I'm pinning it into. So let me get some glue down in there. Oh boy. I know you can't really see this, I'm sorry. I don't want to get super glue all over the phone, so I'm going to have to just leave the camera where it is, leave the phone where it is. But I'm gluing the backside of this driftwood so that this piece of Bucephalendra will stay in place. See if I can hit it up front too with a little bit of super glue, just to get that stem to adhere to the driftwood without adhering to my glove, which is really challenging, but wow. Okay, I think I'll give that a spray, and then the next thing will be to plant all the other plants.
Okay, now I'm going to try to give you a bird's eye view of my planting situation. So again, true to form, I'm going to be just totally winging this and trying to use some common sense. But the first thing I have here for you is this particular plant. I don't know what this is. The leaves are kind of tough, like an Anubia, but it's definitely not an Anubia. It looks like Glossostigma, but the leaves are too tough and too dark green for that. So I don't know what this is, but it's very pretty. It's a carpeting plant. And in the shop, they kind of had it on the bottom, buried in some laterite. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the foreground. And I'm just going to sort of hope that I'm going to be able to get this to grow between the laterite that's already in the soil, in the gravel, and external liquid fertilizer. I'm going to try to stick it toward the front of the bowl so that it has as little as possible obscuring it. And I can already see it's not going to want to sit into place. So I'm going to try to hold it down with some gravel. Although, of course, if I put too much gravel in it, it'll just obscure the leaves. So I'll be very surprised if that's able to survive the power head. That looks really challenging, doesn't it? Maybe I can sort of work it down into the gravel. I'm sure its roots are not in good shape, but that might be enough to hold it in place until it can form new roots. Now, I actually have a whole bunch of these beautiful, they're called Ariocolin. So Ariocolin, in this case, is from Vietnam. They look like Echinodurus tenalis from some of my other videos, but they're not. The leaves are tougher and darker green than Echinodurus tenalis, and it's definitely not an Echinodurus. But otherwise, they're very similar. They're sort of a pygmy chainsword. I'm gonna put these sort of midway back, because I think if I put them too close to the foreground, they're just gonna overshadow the carpeting plant, whatever it is that I'm trying to get going. And I'm just gonna sort of set these in the gravel and hope for the best. That's a great strategy, isn't it? They are apparently good root feeders, which of course would make sense, which means you need some kind of laterite or fish waste or what have you to keep them happy. Right now, obviously, I don't have the fish dynamic, so it's down to the laterite that I've already put down to basically take care of their nutritional needs. I don't want these, I think, too close to the foreground because that would just sort of obscure things. But maybe I can have them a little bit off to the side. Apparently, they don't get that tall. So 4 inches, kind of tops. Oh, here's I think this is a Cryptocorny spiralis, but it might be a bonsai. They look very similar, actually. Although the spiralis red variety looks very red, and I have some of that as well, which I'll show you in a minute. But let's put that at the back because I think, wow, I can't even get in there. I think it really should go back here, though. If I can get it into the gravel. Just planting these things is very, very challenging because of the angle and all of the obstructions. Oh goodness. That didn't come out well. I seem to have yanked up another plant along with it. Okay, let's try that again. But of course I'm assuming that whatever I plant in here will eventually take root on its own. And the composition will kind of produce itself. You know, the whole point of aquascaping is really just to nudge nature. It's not to sculpt nature. I think that's too strong a word. Nature will do a perfectly decent job of sculpting itself. Okay, I think I got it back there. Hopefully. All right. All right, well, I can't see very well because the water is so murky, but I think that went okay. Well, this is it's a very beautiful cryptocornea. Let's see if I can get a better image of that. This is here's a light. This is a cryptocornea. I'm not sure if this is a cordata or what, but it looks like a cordata, but it's the variety is called batik because this looks like a Indonesian batik. I love the patterns on those leaves there. I don't think it's going to grow that tall. It's sort of a more bushy plant, which I think would be more suitable for sort of the mid-ground. So I think that's where I'm going to put it. And it's got a little baby plantlet coming off there. I can separate the plantlet and then put the parent sort of in the mid-ground, perhaps over here. I don't know. Have to see how that grows. Now, cryptocorneas are not going to be happy in this super nutrient-dense water right now. So obviously, I'm going to have to fill this with very soft water pretty soon. And the little one, I don't know what to do with the little plantlet, but I'll just stick it here. I certainly don't want to end up making a Dutch aquarium where there's like a section for everything. I mean, I think that looks like a zoo. It looks extremely artificial. So you do have to have some, just some intermixing. So for instance, the Areocollis is sort of growing over there, so I'm going to stick one here just because. Sort of a loner, sort of an outlier, just to avoid that Dutch aquarium artificiality. Now here is okay, this is another Spiralis or a Balance. I'm not sure. It looks like a Balance to me, but I was told that Spiralis can look like this sometimes. So all these things I'm going to throw in the back because they're going to get really tall. And with any luck, they will sort of conform to the spherical shape of the bowl. They'll curl around the bowl like you can see in Forest Bubble. So I'll just have a whole thicket of them back here. Well, okay, 4 or 5 plants is hardly a thicket, but just be patient. It will be a thicket at some point. I don't want them all over there, of course. So I'll stick one on this other northeast corner as well. Just have to get the right angle to access the bowl. You know, I have to walk around the bowl just to get the plant in there because of how I have to contort my arm while still trying to get you some level of video quality. I realize you can't see everything I'm doing. It's just really hard to manipulate the phone position and all the plants at the same time. So I'm doing what I can. Let's see. Do we have anything else that I really want to put in here? Yes. Oh, of course. Of course. So this is the Cryptocornea spiralis red that I was talking about. And I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to put that in the northwest corner. It's obviously very short. You might wonder why am I doing that? Because this stuff will get pretty tall. I mean, this will get, oh, I don't know, 20 centimeters, maybe 30 centimeters. Of course, for now, it's going to look very silly as a background plant, but that's okay. In fact, Yeah, actually that worked pretty well. These huge root balls, because in the shop they had them up just floating in the water. I guess they got a recent shipment and hadn't planted them properly yet, so they were just floating. So they sort of curled up on themselves because they can't find any place to root. So I'm having to uncurl them, and then I'm going to bury this root ball right in the back near the Cryptocorny balance or the other spiralis or whatever these things are. Oh my goodness, this is really, really difficult. Try to twist myself in there. I may not have done a very good job on that one. We're just going to have to find out once the water clears up. No doubt I'm going to have to adjust some of the positions. Here's another massive Areocollis. I do like, by the way, having some free sand, just open, empty sand, because that's the way nature is. I've been in enough springs, enough rivers to know that sometimes there literally is just a patch of empty sand. And that's fine. It provides swimming space, especially for bottom dwellers. It's just the way that things seem to be. Maybe I can put another spiralis in there somewhere. Have one here. I want to make sure it gets some good light, because these do need good light, but I don't want it in the front because it's going to grow too tall. Yeah, I think I'm going to throw it in the back again with all the other ones. Just really, really difficult to get in there. You have to get used to being very, very slow and careful and deliberate, or you can do an enormous amount of damage in a very short period of time. I don't think I'm doing that very well. No, I'm definitely not. Part of the problem is it's all curled up and it's hard to differentiate the stems from the roots, but I'll do what I can and hope that it's able to sort itself out. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Trying to think if I want to add, I might want to add one more Areocollis. Here's a massive pair of them, triplet of them, quadruplet of them. Wow, there's a lot of these things here. I guess I can sort of spread this out. Again, though, I do want to leave some open sand, and of course, open sand is also growth space, right? I want them to be able to spread out. So I'll put some here as well. Maybe just in the front, but I don't want, like I said, I don't want too much Areocollis in the front because it's going to grow too tall, and that's not going to be good. I want my carpeting plant to have room to run there. Maybe I should put one kind of centrally, right next to the Cryptocorny Botic variety. All right. Oh, that guy's really small. Maybe I'll take another one as well. You can just sort of break these off and deploy them around. It's not quite like Tenellus that just shoots runners everywhere and just expands wildly. It sort of keeps to a very tight patch. So it grows very, very bushy as opposed to just wide. That's pretty good. All right, maybe I'll put one more, and that's really it. That's really it. That's enough Areocollis. Otherwise, it'll take over the entire bowl. Not even sure it's going to get enough light there, but we'll see. Okay. All right, now I'm going to give everything a spray because I think it's overdue. I think some of these mosses are not happy sitting out here drying out. So now I think it's time to fill the bowl. So there were a few other plants hiding out at the bottom of my plant bucket. The first of these was an eridanum. So this is an epiphyte, very similar to an anubia. Same kind of tough leaves, but as you can see, they're sort of more knife-shaped and elongated, which is a nice contrast to the dark green, sort of rounder anubia leaves. And then here we have a cryptocorny wente with a variant by the name of green gecko. So this is a sort of shocking spring green cryptocorny that does get to a kind of a little bit darker green as it matures. So I took the very unusual step of mounting that on top of the driftwood. I honestly have no reason to suspect that would work, except for the fact that this other cryptocorny down here that I also mounted, this red spiralis, actually, like I said, I found it floating in the tank in the shop, and it seemed to be okay, but for the fact that the leaves and the roots didn't seem to know which way was up. So I'm thinking that maybe if I just put in enough liquid fertilizer, I might be able to get these to grow. But that remains to be seen. Anyway, I just thought I'd show you how that looks. So unfortunately, this particular power head has just bonded and unbonded too many times. So the suction cups are really just too stiff to try it again. And it'd probably fall off anyway, even if I could get it to work. So it's come detached one final time, and I think I'm going to get rid of it, swap it out for another power head. But I think I've developed a new technique that should facilitate a lasting super glue bond. I'll show you that in a second. So if you look at the rear wall of the bowl, you can see the white residue from dried super glue. So like I said, that particular power head had fallen off a few times. So I'm just going to be replacing that with a new power head. But before I do that, I'm actually going to spray the back of the bowl, because super glue bonds more quickly in the presence of water. I guess it requires water to bond. So hopefully, as soon as I press the suction cups against the back wall, it will immediately start to bond, instead of drizzling down the back wall and then creating an inferior bond when it finally does solidify. So let's see if that works. The other useful thing about doing it this way, I think, if my theory is correct, and it may not be, is that if you look at the suction cups, right, if you were to fill that with a little drop of super glue, the super glue around the edges could be exposed to air and moisture, but the super glue in the middle, toward the bottom of the well, if you want to think of it as a well, would be isolated and could remain as liquid and therefore wouldn't contribute strength to the bond. But by moistening the back wall of the bowl, in theory, I can get a solid bond throughout the entire area of the suction cup. So that's what I'm aiming for here. Let's see if it works.
Okay, here goes. See if this is going to work. Put a little daub in each one of the suction cups, and I'm going to try to keep them at exactly the same level. That looks a little bit much. So much for keeping them at the same level. That's important, because otherwise one might bond really well and the other one doesn't, and you're back to square one. Okay, that's way too much super glue, just for the record. All right, let's put this in and see if it works. Okay, I'm going to try to lower this down, and notice I'm going to keep it horizontal until the very last second so it doesn't dribble all over the place. This is like really, really tough to do without destroying everything. Okay, it looks like I'm about there. Flip it on. Okay. Now, by the way, while I'm holding these here for a second, I did not put the nozzle on this particular power head, because it occurred to me that I don't want to be driving, hurricane force currents, so to speak, against any one particular plant. I just sort of want diffusive circulation. Sometimes less gallons per hour is actually better. But we'll see. So, all right, that seems to have held. Let's hope it actually continues to hold. Oh, good. So far, so good. I am a little bit unhappy about the amount of super glue that's dripped into the water, but I guess when I fill the bowl, I can sort of siphon that off. So anyway, that's it for now. Let me fill this up and see what it looks like.
Okay, so I filled the bowl halfway back up, and as you can see, it's still quite murky from the laterite. It's going to take a few water changes, no doubt, to settle that out to clear conditions. But the good news is that the power head does seem to be holding. I guess the technique of spraying the back wall before affixing the suction cups actually did help. I only had to hold it for like 20 or 30 seconds, and it has not come off. So far so good. I'll let you know if it fails later, but I think it's going to work. It is December 13th, 2020. Got a few updates for you. So first of all, tank's not looking too good. There's a reason for that, and the reason for that is this little thing, which is an algae wafer. So this is catfish food, right? You drop it on the bottom, catfish eat it. But you can also use it for fertilizer because being made of algae, it has everything that plants need. And that works really great until you decide to sort of remodel the bowl a little bit, and inevitably you start kicking up the gravel, and essentially all of the nutrients get into the water column, particularly the phosphorus and the nitrogen compounds, the proteins, and they just fuel an algae bloom. So first I actually had a bacterial bloom, which was a lot of fun. It turned the water gray, and then gradually I developed this algae bloom, and it's just been a very difficult time. I ended up having to water change, I guess about 10 times over, and the water is relatively clear now, but I still got a lot of algae, as you can probably see. So I think I'm going to get some Yamato shrimp, also known as Amano shrimp, which like to eat all different kinds of algae, to try to get rid of some of that. Also, if you look here at this white spot in this bottom center, that is the super glue pad left by the green gecko Wenti crypt, which was a really beautiful crypt, or was promising to be that way anyway, and it almost died. So when it was on its last legs, I peeled it off in the interest of its own safety, and I threw it in the back. You probably can't see, sort of, see if I can get a decent light on that. So, sort of a center left, center upper left there. You can see a couple of leaves of it. Hopefully it will grow on the bottom now that it's properly rooted. So that's unfortunate, and I will probably replace it with moss because I don't want a big sword plant up here that's going to shade all the other plants on the bottom. So maybe it's just as well that that didn't work. However, the experiment that did work is this little one over here. So this darker red center bottom plant, this Spiralis, Cryptocorny spiralis red, beautiful dark red plant, seems to be doing just fine with no substrate. So again, it is just super glued to the driftwood there, and it's been growing. It's almost double the size that it was just 2 weeks ago or so. So that's coming along well. And by the way, I have been dosing with Seachem Flourish, which basically provides micronutrients and some of the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus that you need. But I just way overdid it with the algae wafer approach. Don't make the mistake I made. Just use laterite and whatever liquid fertilizer you find suitable. And you know, dose conservatively. If you start to see algae creeping up on you, just back off for a few days. But anyway, so I've got my work cut out for me. So hopefully I can get this tank into better shape with the shrimp, and then maybe some manual effort. I could also, by the way, use Siamese algae eaters, particularly the younger ones will eat a lot of algae. But then I would just have adult Siamese algae eaters later taking up a lot of the oxygen and other resources in this bowl, and I don't really want that. And then I'd have to take them out somehow, which would probably involve destroying the entire composition. So that's a non-starter. I'm going to use shrimp. Now, one other thing you'll notice, if you look back here, where's the power head? Well, for the umpteenth time, the power head unsuperglued itself. Brand new power head unsuperglued itself from the back, which is really unfortunate, but I'm sure that's because the glass is very smooth. So I've taken the radical step of completely giving up on artificial circulation, and I'm going to rely on the shrimp and ultimately fish to provide that, you know, and we'll see if it works. If it works, it'd be great. I mean, who wants a power head when they don't need one? Now, I'm sure if I were using acrylic instead of glass, I could just sort of scratch the back of the acrylic under the suction cups of the power head, and I could get a better adhesion with the super glue approach. But I really wouldn't want to go scratching my glass, not just because I don't want to scratch it, but because it also could be dangerous to even try to do that. So I'm going to take the no artificial circulation approach, and we'll see what happens. But I have my work cut out for me. And by the way, if you can see it, I don't know if you can see, but there are these little sort of residues of fat on the surface. You can sort of see when I move the camera left and right, there's sort of a sheen, sort of bottom left, that you can see, this kind of fatty sheen. That is actually from the lipids, from the fats or the oils, if you like, in the algae wafers that got into the water column and then coagulated at the surface. So yet another reason not to use the algae wafer fertilization approach. Anyway, this is a how-to video, so I'm trying to show you how everything can go wrong, as well as hopefully how it can finally come together into something beautiful at some point. It's December 15th, 2020, so if you look closely over on one of the left branches of the driftwood formation, you can see one of my 4 new otocinclus catfish, who is resting at the moment, but has spent a lot of time and effort, along with his friends, trying to get rid of that green carpet of algae. And you can certainly see a difference as compared with the previous clip. I also have some amano shrimp in here somewhere who are working on the other species of algae, so it's slow but steady progress. I'm pleased that it's at least moving in the right direction now, and I have been holding off on fertilizer for several days. So you may also notice, by the way, that as compared to the videos before I left, the composition looks different. I had sort of noticed that myself, but I didn't realize how radically it had shifted until I looked at some of the previous videos. And I think what happened is that the caulk anchor that was holding the main trunk to the bottom of the bowl detached, probably in some accident, and then my friend sort of tried to haphazardly rearrange it, and the result is what you see here. But you know what, that's okay. It happens in nature all the time. It is December 27th, 2020. First thing you can see is I have added a little bit more driftwood. This is a nice reddish piece. It's made of the same stuff as the rest of the driftwood, which I'm pretty sure is mangrove root. And it may actually darken over time. I suspect it will, but I like the contrast. And I thought it was sort of a good way to offset the left and right sides of the foreground, because as it was, I realized the foreground was sort of being bifurcated by this one curvy root, and otherwise it was just sort of too symmetrical. So I wanted to throw the weight off in an interesting way, and I think that does it pretty effectively. The other interesting highlight I want to show you is this clovery stuff, whatever it is. Again, it's not glossostigma, it's not an anubia, it's some kind of clovery stuff. It's throwing up these little 4-leaf clovers, for lack of a better term, which are light green as opposed to the single leaf dark green variety that are sort of settling in. I don't know what that's about, but it's pretty impressive to watch. It's quite healthy. I'm happy about that, because I was particularly concerned that it might not get enough light that far down in the bowl, but it hasn't been a problem. The other thing I want to point out straight in the center here is Echinodurus tenellus. Now, this is of course sitting on the same little driftwood shelf that the cryptocorny green gecko was sitting on before I took it out, and that, by the way, is gradually recovering and throwing in some new leaves in another bowl. And I may bring it back if it's healthy and robust at some point, but in any event, this is a great little plant. You've seen it in a lot of my other videos. It does sometimes grow too much and take over the entire tank, which isn't good. But in this case, I just need something that will eat phosphates, because I think my tap water is a little bit high in phosphates, and then I'm fertilizing, which I have to get all the other trace minerals, and I'm just adding to the phosphate problem, and the hair algae has been going nuts. So this will hopefully help me solve that. So I have done something like this previously. You can see my Shahidna's rainbow tank, which does something with Echinodurus tenellus up on the driftwood, and it tends to sort of cascade down toward the gravel, and then it roots into the gravel. So hopefully that'll happen here. We'll see. This one is probably 10 centimeters from leaf tip to leaf tip. It started out as about 10% of that in another bowl, and that bowl was also quite devastated by my absence. And I was cleaning it up, and I noticed this one little tiny plantlet that had survived, and that was this plant. And since then, it's thrown off another plantlet, which is still in the other bowl. So that was a good save. It's grown up, and I think it'll be a great addition to this tank. And you'll notice over there, sort of bottom left, the Areocollis, which is not looking too great. There's some brown leaves, but it's sort of surviving. It has much darker leaves, so that's how you can tell the two apart. Okay, now a couple things here. First of all, the eridanum right there is just not cutting it. I've put fertilizer in the water and everything, and I just don't know what it wants. And I can't fertilize more because I'm going to have a horrendous hair algae problem. It's already bad enough, so I don't know if that thing's going to make it. We'll just have to see. And then right next to it over here is glossostigma. I just threw in a little sprig of that close to the surface because it likes to start close to the surface. And we'll see if it grows up, and then maybe I can transplant it into the substrate. So that's pretty much it. I do have a puffer in here. You can sort of, oh, there he is, sort of on the left side of the screen. You can see him milling around looking for snails. So I did put him in here because I found that I had some baby snails, and I want to get that problem under control before it gets out of control. So he's there in addition to 4 odyssey and several amana shrimp who have been chipping away at the algae. December 30th, 2020. So I have spent the past several days trying to reduce hair algae by using this handy device called a toothbrush. So as you can see, you could just kind of put it into a blob of hair algae and twist it around and pull it out, and it'll remove hair algae quite faithfully. But of course, you can't actually scrape the leaves that way because otherwise it will destroy them. So that was kind of getting old, and I guess the amano shrimp are working pretty hard to contain the hair algae, but perhaps there aren't enough of them. So it was just getting really tiresome. And also, by the way, of course, I've been using my handy super slider furniture pad to clean the glass, but I can't clean it too thoroughly because otherwise the odyssey might not have enough to eat. I guess if the film algae gets down too far, I'll have to throw them in some other bowl. But for now, I've still got enough film algae to keep them quite busy. I did take out the Indian pea puffer because he did such a great job getting rid of the snails and snail eggs that I don't think there's anything else for him to eat, at least at the moment. So one thing is I have gone to reverse osmosis water because I just got so sick and tired of dealing with algae. Now the RO I'm using is quite high quality. It's only 2 ppm TDS, that is 2 parts per million total dissolved solids. I changed about 80% of the water that was in here, which was at 95 ppms with the RO. And I did after that add 1 milliliter of CChem Prime. 1 milliliter is actually quite a bit more than the dose advised for this bowl, but I figured if I went to brand new RO, my micronutrient level might be actually too low, so I topped it up. We'll see how it goes. But let's actually measure what the total dissolved solids are. So I have this handy conductivity measurement device, which measures the conductivity of the water in order to determine the total dissolved solids. So you can see there's an anode and a cathode in here, and they measure conductivity. So let's actually go ahead and put this in the water and shake it to get the bubbles out, and then just turn it on. And it looks like 30, so okay. So that means I have 30 parts per million total dissolved solids, which is quite soft. That's good. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. So all in all, I'm pretty happy with the way things are progressing, apart from the algae, and I'm hoping to get that under control. I did want to show you one little interesting thing. So down here on the bottom, you can actually see if I zoom up, there's like a tiger lily or something down there. I guess it just came along for the ride. It just started sprouting, which was really interesting. And by the way, in the previous video, I called my dark green plants Areocollis. So upper left there, that's an Areocolon. Sorry about that. And then the Echinodurus tenalis, it hasn't grown, but it seems no worse for the wear. January 13, 2021, a lot of changes to report. First of all, you may notice the bottom is a lot more barren. So all of the Areocolon has been removed. And the reason is because I found out that the roots were actually rotting and apparently raising the nitrate level and maybe even the ammonia level in the water. How do I know that? Because I got a bunch more shrimp to try to deal with the hair algae, and they just started dropping like flies. Couldn't figure out why. And I noticed that when I removed some of the dead Areocolon, there was this sort of rotten smell. So I got rid of all of it. Well, okay, I do have a piece of it in another bowl, so maybe at some point if I'm able to raise it successfully, I'll put it back, but I think it probably just needs laterite that's really, really dense like clay, and that's not something I can really do in this bowl, so I decided to bite the bullet and get rid of it. But as you can see, this beautiful plant, which thanks to my friend Anthony, I think is called Marsilea crenata, or maybe some form of Marsilea. This clovery stuff seems to be growing quite well. It seems pretty happy. There's not a lot of hair algae on it. The shrimp and the odyssey are making sure to keep it clean. So, so I've actually broken off a few sprigs. You can see over here on the left, and that I think will propagate successfully. I also moved this Anubia right here, sort of on the side of the bowl, from the back, because I just felt that the red Cryptocorny spiralis, which you can see down here, was just, it was happy there, it was growing, but it just couldn't adhere because, of course, it doesn't have a rhizome, unlike the Anubia. So I went ahead and put that in the back, which actually I think was necessary, doubly necessary, because I removed the aerial colon. So I had to fill it in with something. So hopefully the Marsilea will fill in the left foreground, and then the background I still do have a Cryptocorny balance, just sort of barely hanging on back there. I hope that'll fill in a bit. I did get rid of the tiger lilies just because I realized they tend to sprout out, and they don't eat a lot of waste products necessarily, but they really shade things. They shade the other plants too much. So I put them in another bowl where I think they'll look good. But yeah, I decided they weren't appropriate in this case because they would just shade the Marsilea and then it wouldn't grow, and that wouldn't be a good thing. So the Eridanum, as you can see, is really on its last legs. I don't know what to do with it. Maybe I can try burying it in a substrate, putting it in another bowl, or just leave it there and hope for the best. I don't know. I've done as much as I can, but it's just losing it. The Glossostigma, upper left, is still looking okay. Hasn't grown much, but it's actually doing pretty well, so I'm sanguine about that. Maybe I can even put in more fertilizer now that I know that this hidden source of nitrogen has been eliminated, namely the rotting aerial colon roots. So the Bucephalendra, for its part, it's actually looking good. It's relatively free of hair algae now, thanks to the diligent effort of so many shrimp. So, you know, I hope they'll keep at it, but now that I have eliminated that unwanted nitrogen source, maybe I can add back a bunch of more shrimp safely and get even more competition for that terrible hair algae to finally vanquish it. But speaking of which, the odocynclists are still pretty hard at work on film algae, although I don't have much of a film algae problem anymore. And I guess if I get too little of it, I'm going to have to move them to another bowl somewhere, but they're still doing quite well. By the way, one other thing, there are essentially no snails in here. There are none that I can see anyway, although I assume there are small snails or snail eggs somewhere. But that's because of the diligent efforts of my pea puffer. So I have moved him to another bowl so that he can snack on the snails over there. And then if and when, well, okay, let's be honest, when this bowl gets a snail problem again, then I will bring him back. January 20th, 2021. So things are looking pretty good. The odocynclus cats, you can see them running laps. They've been pretty diligent about getting rid of the film algae, which comes and goes depending on how much fertilization I put in at any given time. And yes, I have actually fertilized a bit more since my last update. So that may account for the sort of grayish, maybe even slightly greenish tint to the water. I don't know if that's bacteria or algae or what, but it's not too bad. One thing is I introduced a whole bunch more shrimp about 3 days ago, so I probably have, I don't know, 35 of them in here. And the one you can see right in the center on the Anubia, that's an Amano shrimp, and you can tell that because he's transparent, and then he's got these brown dots down each side of him. But of course I like Amanos because they're supposed to eat all the major types of algae, at least according to some research done by Takashi Amano, but I should say the late Takashi Amano. But actually, as far as removing hair algae is concerned, I have to admit, the rest of these folks seem to be doing a good job too. So the orange one, you can actually see there's an orange one toward the bottom on the Marsilea. He's looking like he's working really hard getting rid of hair algae. Then I have some blue ones, orange ones, brown ones, pretty much every color they come, and they all seem to be relatively interested in eating the hair algae. And in fact, since I've introduced them a few days ago, they have really decimated the hair algae, which is so fantastic. I can't tell you how happy I am. So if in fact I literally run out of this stuff, then I'm sure I can throw them in another bowl and they'll have plenty of work to do. But so far, so good. So as you can see, the plants are in quite good shape. In fact, if you look on the lower right, you can see that the Cryptocorny spiralis actually seems quite free of algae at this point entirely, which is really amazing. They've done a real number on that. So what else is going on here? You can see the Echinodurus tenalis has actually done what I wanted it to do. It has sprouted a baby, and so that's going to start creating a cascade of plantlets all the way down to the gravel, and then it'll take root in the gravel, I expect. And of course, there's a bunch of shrimp diligently cleaning that. As you can see, I do have a sheen on the water. I have the typical lipid sheen or whatever that is, but that's okay. I can just continue to scoop that off every few days with a plastic cup. No harm there. Bad news, my Eridanum just hasn't, I mean, look at that. It just hasn't made it. I don't know. That plant is so picky. I just have to give up. And so the little Marsilia in the foreground is actually taking root. It's starting to grow. So hopefully that'll expand soon enough. But other than that, yeah, things are looking pretty good. I just have to let things grow out a little bit more. So one other thing I wanted to show you is that I tidied up the cords back here, and I could probably do a better job of waterproofing that multi-plug, but in any event, I've tidied it so it's not in the way, people aren't going to trip over it. So this is obviously super important when you have a bowl of this magnitude, you know, that could shatter. Hey, long time no see. So I know you're wondering when I'm going to put fish in this bowl. I mean, it's only been a year, right? And it still hasn't happened. I mean, apart from the odyssey catfish, but obviously I'm not constructing a bowl like this just for odyssey catfish. So the answer is that I'm waiting for a robust nitrogen cycle to kick in. Now, I know what you're thinking. I mean, the nitrogen cycle is clearly already happening. The plants are growing. They're taking the waste products out. It seems to be fine. The problem is there just isn't enough volume of plants to deal with, you know, a much higher nitrogen load. So I want to make sure that that's in place and working well before I add any fish. So when I get a little bit more robust growth, when I get a lot more robust growth, I will then start adding fish. But for me, it might be a few months. For you, of course, through the miracle of YouTube, it'll be a couple more short episodes, I think, or maybe a little bit more than that. We'll see. Thanks for your patience. So to be clear, when I say I introduced a bunch of shrimp a few days ago, I introduced a bunch more shrimp. There's probably now, I don't know, 35 in here, which give or take is like 1 shrimp per liter. That's quite a lot of shrimp, but I do seem to now be winning the hair algae battle. So that's a good thing. And like I said, it doesn't seem to matter whether they're Amanos or not. They all seem to be relatively interested in the hair algae. So I'm very happy about that. January 25th, 2021. I just wanted to show you in the back here, there's a small crypt that's hanging in there. It's not really growing, but it's doing okay. Maybe it's throwing in another new leaf very, very slowly. And then the longer green one is, of course, the Cryptocorny balansae. And the balansae is actually doing a little bit better, growing a little faster, but still very, very slowly. It's going to take quite a while to fill that out. Now, once I get fish, I think, of course, the biomass is going to increase in the substrate, and that should help to spur the growth. Meanwhile, the Marsilia seems to be propagating back there, as you can see. It's a slow process, but it's coming along very well. There's no real algae on the new leaves, which I'm pretty pleased about. And you can see some shrimp, of course, up here all over the place, frantically trying to get rid of the hair algae. So I'm pretty happy with that. And as you can see, the Echinodurus tenalis here is definitely looking good. There's another actually tiny baby plantlet. You probably can't see it on the right side. So it's going well. You can see the roots kind of dangling down. So I think it is going to cascade the way that I talked about before and eventually bind into the substrate. So I'm really happy with that. The glossostigma is sort of rolling along. It's not really growing, but it's definitely not looking any worse. The Eridanum is just history, right? Oh well, maybe I'll put a nubia up there at some point. That's unfortunate. The Bucephalendras are looking good, but again, no real growth there. But I'm not surprised because in the best of conditions, they're very slow growers. You know, their leaves are very tough, and tough leaf plants tend to be slow growers. So I'm okay with that. As you can see, I did remove the lipid sheen from the top, and I also actually scraped off a lot of the green spot algae that the Odyssey couldn't get. And in fact, some of the calcium that was around the rim of the bowl, I actually wiped that off. And even though it's dried again, it seems to have actually come off, which I think is a side effect of having RO. So, you know, obviously if there's not a lot of ions dissolved in the water and you wipe off the calcium residue, then it's not likely to build right back up or something like that. Or maybe it's easier, I guess, that it dissolves in the first place. Anyway, so it's really nice to see that that's gone away. Another benefit of using RO. February 7, 2021. As you can see, I have replaced the Eridanum with this little chain here of Bucephalendra. This is actually 4 separate pieces that I've superglued to the branch that the Eridanum was on. And one of the things that I was very careful of this time is to avoid putting excessive amounts of superglue on the roots themselves, because I think maybe that renders the roots impermeable to nutrients, which may have had something to do with the Eridanum's demise. They are still a little bit whitish, I think you can see, but some of that is superglue, but some of it is also the agar that was in the tissue culture. So these tissue culture plants basically come within a little bit of growth medium, which is typically just agar. It's like clear jello. And so that sometimes sticks to the roots after you remove them. But so it's looking good. We'll see if that grows. I certainly hope so. But otherwise, things are progressing slowly. I mean, you can see the Echinodurus tenalis is still sprouting very slowly. And the Marcellia crenata is still propagating as well. That's looking pretty good in the back. But nothing much else to report. There is a little bit of algae on the glass, but I'm actually okay with that because, you know, my poor catfish do need something to eat. So I think that's actually a good thing in certain ways. Let's see if I can get a good angle for you on that. Can't even really see it. It's just sort of at the bottom. But yeah, so far so good. I did change the water, so it's a bit clearer. It had gotten a little bit whitish, I think with some kind of bacteria bloom. Now, that's not entirely surprising because I am like sort of hyper fertilizing. I'm probably putting in, I don't know, 4 times as much as I need right now. So maybe I need to back off a little bit. But then again, I do want to provide some algae for my Odyssey, make sure that they're able to get by. So all in all, slow progress, but looking good. February 10, 2021. I'm just in the middle of a water change here. So as you can see, I've dropped the water level probably about 2/3. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and see if I can replace that with tap water, because obviously, all else being equal, it's just a lot more convenient to deal with. And I'm hoping at this point that because I have essentially 0 hair algae, courtesy of all these wonderful shrimp and Odyssey, that if it does try to come back, that it will be rapidly eaten and it won't manage to propagate. But we'll see. And here's another angle for your viewing pleasure. You can see the Bucephalendra that I put onto the branch with super glue seems to be growing quite nicely. I'd say, well, growing is a little bit of an overstatement, but it's certainly not getting any worse for the wear, so that's a good thing to see. And by the way, when I did install that with the super glue, I put a plastic cup under it to catch all the super glue drippings. Inevitably, a little bit goes into the bowl, but because super glue actually hardens in the presence of water, as I've discussed before, it's easily removed. And as you can see, the shrimp are going absolutely bananas, probably because I scraped some of the green spot algae off the sides, and so they're having a field day trying to collect all they can for lunch. And meanwhile, the Marcellia, however you say it, crenata, is still growing steadily. It's looking good. And the Cryptocorny botic at the center of the screen, you can hardly see it. It's in the shade there, but it's coming along quite well too.
January 18, 2021. So in the center right, you can see the Echinodurus tenalis with the shrimp busily trying to clean it. I'm not really satisfied with it, honestly, because
I realized that in order to get a really good cascade of plantlets all the way down to the gravel, I'm going to have some kind of substrate, probably laterite, within the driftwood itself. But as you can see, it's sort of sitting on this whitish base of superglue. If I can get a good view of that there, you can sort of see the superglue in the center. That is not beautiful residue. I need to cover that up with something. So what I was thinking was actually physidins over here on the left. You can sort of see on the left side the physidins starting to grow. That would be a really good moss to cover up that white gunky residue. And meanwhile, I think I'm going to put the Echinodurus tenalis manually into the gravel to sort of complement the Marsilia crenata. I do have one other issue with superglue. So here we are looking at sort of the back section of the tank, and you can see that there's this sort of river of superglue residue running down to the back of the driftwood. That is not attractive. I'm going to cover that with some kind of physidins as well, I guess. Well, there's only one kind of physidins in this bowl, but I mean, I'm going to cut it into little sprigs and sort of try to cover that in a way that's going to be completely covered in overgrowth, hopefully in a few months. So, so we'll see if that works. And now, sort of on a general maintenance note, the water, as you can see, is sort of gray, right? And it's sort of worse than the gray that I had with reverse osmosis, so that's not that great. On the other hand, all I did was remove the biofilm, the lipid biofilm from the surface before I shot these images. So literally since the last video, there's been no meaningful water change. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of water change when I take out the biofilm and then replace the water that came with it. But basically there's no maintenance apart from that. So the good news, at least, is that I don't see any new hair algae forming. So it looks like that is finally under control. And I suspect that the gray water is a side effect of the fertilizer. But it's something that I can probably remedy in the future, maybe by backing off fertilizer or waiting until the ammonia cycle kicks in a little bit more effectively and the plants start to grow. But by that I mean, you know, more robust nitrogen supply. And of course, in order for that to happen, I'm going to have more fish in here. So we'll see. And by the way, I wanted to give you a side view of the Echinodurus tenalis. As you can see, it's in no rush to form a cascade to the bottom. In fact, it looks like it's just sort of randomly propagating laterally. So this is the reason why I want to replace it with physidins, in addition to the superglue scum that I obviously have to cover. I mean, some of that can be scraped off, but it's harder than you would think without sort of endangering the whole aquascape. So as luck would have it, when I was out to lunch, I managed to find these clumps of terrarium moss. And this quantity, basically, which is maybe the size of both of my hands, probably would have cost me about 50 bucks in an aquarium shop, but it was only $2. So I figured, well, what have I got to lose? I might as well try my luck. The only problem, of course, is that I'm not 100% sure that this will actually grow aquatically. But for that kind of price, I feel that it's worth the risk. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this where I said that I'd put the physidins. So on top of all that ugly super glue gunk that's still left. And, you know, we'll see if it holds. So maybe I can give you a bit better close-up. I just wanted to mention these leaves are about, I don't know, 4 times the size of the physidins leaves that have the same brush-like shape. So that's kind of a nice contrast, and they're also a lighter green. So I think those are good variations on a theme. You know, you don't want to have too much repetition in an aquarium. Biodiversity is a great thing.
Okay, so I just sort of test fit some of the moss. You can see it there. It's just sitting there, there's no glue. And the bottom part of the moss is like dead moss. So there's all these little dead needle-shaped leaves that sort of throw like microscopic pine needles all over the place. It's not fun. But I guess that's what I get for dealing with terrarium moss. So let's see if I can actually make it stick. Now I'm going to just put some super glue here, and then I'm going to affix it to the branch, and hopefully I can get some of the live leaves to affix to the branch. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it's ever going to fully adhere. Of course, I want it to sort of bind with the branch over time, with the driftwood branch. So we'll see. I'm going to hold this down with some force and hope that that will be enough to get it to stick. I don't know. I have never tried this before, and I'm not at all optimistic that the sort of dead leaves on the bottom of the moss will actually help it to adhere long term. But what else can I do, right? So let's see. I guess I could super glue some of the live leaves to the driftwood branch as well. That might impair growth a little bit, but I might get better adherence long term. So maybe I'll just sort of do this one a little bit more thoroughly so that some of the new leaves are also glued to the driftwood branch. Is that going to work? I have no idea. But there's that. That could be very pretty if it actually grows out. Maybe I'll put a little bit more on there. But it'll be a while before I know whether or not it's going to remain affixed. Probably a couple of weeks anyway. Just cover up all this old super glue mess. With this beautiful sort of star moss, I guess, or whatever this is. Okay. All right. Make sure not to glue my glove to the driftwood in the process. You can put a little bit more on the bottom branch as well. Let me see. I got a big clump here. Just a second. Okay. All right. Maybe I can put that in just between the Java moss that's holding on for dear life and this other piece of terrestrial terrarium moss at the bottom. And as you can see, I'm dumping all kinds of super glue into the water, which is really not good, but I'm going to get it out as soon as possible. Now, normally I'd want to put like a plastic bowl down there or something to prevent that from happening, but it just wasn't possible in this case due to the really difficult accessibility back there. So I'm going to go ahead and refill the bowl with water and take out that super glue slick that you see, which will be, already is, I think, pretty much congealed, so I don't think it's a safety hazard to the fish. Okay, next up, we're going to have to deal with this Tenellus. Let's just pull that out ever so gently. And we'll replant that on the bottom. It's a nice little chain down there. But this stuff just grows like a weed because, well, it's sort of a weed. So I think I'm just going to put 1 or 2 pieces of it on the bottom, and that should be sufficient to get it going pretty quickly. So maybe I can, I don't know, put it in here somewhere on the side, something like this. Just let it start to grow. Yeah, I think that'll do. Maybe I'll put one more little piece somewhere, and it should take off within a matter of weeks, I would say. Maybe in the middle here is a good place. And I got to be careful because, of course, it's going to compete with my Marsilia crenata. And if I don't keep the reins on it pretty hard, it will just take off and go everywhere. So maybe on second thought, I won't put it in the middle. I'll put it sort of off to the side because it is really, really an aggressive grower. And it's good to a point. And then when your entire tank is Echinodurus tenellus, then you may sort of regret it. So I'm going to stick it kind of in back there, and I think I'll let it take off. Should I put a piece in the center right here? That actually might look nice, but okay, I'll put a small piece there, and if it starts going completely berserk, then maybe I'll cut it back. All right, let's put this small piece in the middle. And I think that's a pretty good distribution. Oh boy, this is not going to be an easy angle, is it? Sorry about the microphone cable. Okay, why don't you just stick right in there. Is that going to stay? Probably not. Okay, I think that'll stay. It'll figure itself out. Okay, now we have this particular place to worry about, which is all the super glue gunk. And should I put Ficidins there or the new stuff? I'm sort of thinking Ficidins because that's a good place with a lot of light where Ficidins can actually grow really quickly. And I don't think I want to take too much more risk with the new stuff. Although, you know, I really like that light green contrast. You know what? Okay. I'm going to be an idiot, and I'm just going to put some of the new moss on that little perch and hope for the best. Let's see here. That looks about right. Try to rinse off all these little particles. These little dead leaves in the bottom layer. Okay, and hopefully I will still be able to adhere it to the wood. And then of course I got to get the super glue out of here after I'm finished with this, because we don't want that hanging out in the water causing havoc, whatever havoc it might cause. Okay, so I'm going to try to push that down pretty firmly, get that to bond hopefully to the new leaves, not just the old stuff. So the bond is going to last. And I've bonded my glove to the driftwood, which is always good. Okay. Well, there we have it. Is that really going to stay? I don't know.
All right, so this is what things look like post-surgically. I think you can see that the moss patches up here and over here actually look relatively stable. Now, whether or not they're going to grow is a completely different question. I guess we'll see in a few weeks. And if they don't grow, then I assume we're just going to have to replace it with Ficidins, which is this down here. It's slower growing, it's darker, but better that than something that just doesn't work out. And by the way, unfortunately, the tail end of my Bucephalendra over there came off, and so I had to reaffix that with more super glue. So, you know, it happens. Things come off. You got to stick them back on. Just because a plant has a rhizome doesn't mean that it's going to be able to deploy it immediately. So these things do occur, and maintenance is necessary. But generally speaking, having changed the water and cleaned up the surface a bit, got rid of the super glue residue that was floating around, I think the bowl is not much worse for the wear. I just wanted to give you a quick side perspective as well. Seems to look pretty good, but we'll see how it looks in a couple weeks. February 20, 2021. I just wanted to introduce you to the newest addition to the bowl, which is this beautiful purple plant. I was lucky enough to find it for about $4 at a local shop. I had seen a pinkish sort of equivalent of it. Obviously this one is much more purple, but I'd seen a pinkish equivalent for about $25 at another shop, but I just thought that was too much to be worth the trouble. And unfortunately, I made the mistake of not taking note of the species name on the label that was planted nearby. So I don't actually know what this is. Hopefully, by the time I put up this video, I will have figured that out. Otherwise, I'll have to call on help from the community. But anyhow, it is what it is. It's a beautiful chromatic addition to the bowl. It offers a different color, different textures, and you know, on a practical level, it's also a good hiding place for whenever I introduce more fish. So I think thematically and biologically, it's a good addition. Of course, it also is going to suck up waste products and so forth. So it does serve that function. But most of all, it's just a beautiful plant. Now, unfortunately, in the act of planting this, obviously I had to disturb the substrate. And as a result of that, I must have kicked up something, I don't know, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, some other waste product from down there, because realize I do have anaerobic pockets because I've got a sand substrate, so there's not a lot of oxygen down there. There's not a lot of circulation, obviously, in the bowl as it is because there's no power head. So whatever it was, kicked it up into the water column, and several hours later, I came back and I found 3 of my fish, not my fish, my shrimp dead. So let's just say it's suspicious. It could be something else, but I think the 2 events are related. And I believe I've seen a pattern of this where I'll do some, substrate surgery, so to speak, and then several hours later or the next morning, I'll see some dead shrimp.
So it's not just in this bowl. I mean, I've seen this before, but I'm starting to connect the dots, and I think I'm going to have to be more careful next time I do any significant substrate disturbance. And again, it wasn't that significant. I just planted this one plant, so just that may have been enough. So I suppose I could do like a 50% water change after I do that sort of thing, or even just throw in an ammonia binder of some sort. But probably a water change would be more conservative. So finally, I also added some fertilizer. I put in another milliliter of Seachem Flourish, which I think is going to be taken up pretty quickly by this new plant and the other plants, obviously. So, so far so good. So I discovered that this plant is called Lagenandra meboldii. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but look what happens to the color of the leaves as the angle of observation changes. So at this angle, they're kind of green, and then as I move up, they once again become purple. Cool, huh? February 28th, 2021. I wanted to show you a few things. So first of all, I have not changed the water or topped it off since the last video. So you can sort of see this this whitish cast up here, which I think is just the calcification that's left behind from evaporation. But otherwise, things are in pretty good shape. Obviously, the water is still very clear. And if I can zoom up here, you can actually see this is not a dead shrimp on the leaf there. This is actually the basically exoskeleton of a shrimp. They molt, M-O-L-T. So when a shrimp molts, it sheds its exoskeleton and replaces it with a slightly larger one. So that's a good sign, because that means the shrimp are actually accumulating nutrients and growing. I did lose a couple more. I don't know if that's related to the fertilizer or something in the tap water or what, but the fact is that their compatriots seem to be okay. The only thing I have noticed otherwise is that they do seem to be slowing down. So the catfish are not working as vivaciously, and the same with the shrimp. Is that because there's not enough to eat? Is there, again, something in the tap water, or is it just because the hardness is too much, or more than optimal, let's say? I don't know. But I'm really not keen to go back to RO unless I have to, because it's just such a pain to deal with. I did also want to show you, I don't know if you can see this, but there's sort of this, you can see these vertical striations sort of, that sort of formed on the inside of the bowl. I don't know what this is. It's like a whitish substance. It kind of looks like calcium, but calcification looks like this stuff sort of higher up. This calcium cast I was telling you about. So I don't know what this whitish stuff is. Maybe it's a weird whitish fungus or algae. I don't know, but it comes right off. I'm not going to worry too much about it. And here's the moss I put in a while ago. That is still looking good. The Marsilia crenata, as I think you can see, is still filling in quite nicely. The Bucephalendra that sort of came off up at the center top up there. The end of it sort of fell off last time, if you recall. That actually is looking pretty good. It seems to be growing. So the Physidens also slowly but surely growing center top there. So that's looking good. Everything seems to be in relatively good shape. But considering that I'm now adding a milliliter of fertilizer every day, and I'm getting no biofilm. I mean, look at this. There's a tiny bit of biofilm on the surface, but that's really it. I haven't cleaned it at all since the last video. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean that the plants are more efficiently sucking up all the waste products? But I don't know. But in any event, I'm not getting hair algae. I'm not getting much spot algae formation, although there is some spot algae. So that suggests to me that the plants are just sucking up everything they can get, which at this point means that maybe I ought to think about adding some fish. Before I do that, though, I'm going to go ahead and add back some cryptocorny green gecko from my other bowl. And this one is not growing very fast, and it's got a little bit of hair algae on it, but that's okay. The shrimp will clean it up in pretty short order. And I might add, it really is a beautiful light spring green when it matures. It's a little bit darker than I would normally expect it to be right now. Possibly that's because of the conditions that it's been developing in the other bowl, but it really is a radiant green when it matures. So let's hope that adds a lot. I think I'll put it in the back with the cryptocorny balansae, because there's space back there. Well, I'm also going to put in this Cryptocorny spiralis variation tiger, and I think it's called tiger because you can sort of see it's got these like tiger stripes or leopard spots or whatever you want to call them on the leaves. And this does look very brown, but when it's submerged, for whatever reason, it seems to be purple. So I don't know what kind of optical properties account for that, but it is an impressive, beautiful plant. So I'm going to put this in the back as well. All right, here goes. Here's the green gecko, and I'm going to go ahead and plant that in the back. And let's hope that this works. I guess I've only got one take to get this right. It's such a tight fit back here, you cannot imagine. And it would be better if I had planter tongs, but I don't have any handy right now, so I'm just going to have to use my finger, plant it in the soil, hope that I did that well enough. It's kind of getting mixed up with the crenata there. That doesn't look so good. So of course I've got extremely limited visibility as well. And I just have to sort of guesstimate where I can put it, where it'll get plenty of light. And try not to kick up too much detritus from the bottom. I don't want to have any shrimp dying, although maybe I should change the water a bit anyway after that. But there it is. Okay, so that's in the back. And now, of course, we have the Cryptocorny spiralis tiger, looking beautiful there, as always. And next I'm going to plant this. You know, just on a whim, I think I'm going to plant this right in the front, sort of here next to the other Cryptocorny spiralis, which is a slightly different type. It's got this beautiful green stripe down the middle. I know you've seen it previously, but this will make a nice complement to it because it's sort of solid purplish. I don't know if you can see that, but as I said, in the once it's underwater, it looks kind of purplish. There you can see it, not particularly brown. So yeah, I think that looks good. So I've now changed the water, perhaps somewhat unnecessarily so, and I used about 4 times as much chlorine and ammonium remover as I theoretically should have had to, but I really just don't want to lose any more shrimp. And frankly, I think it's about time to add some fish. Okay, you ready for this? I have actually been acclimating some fish in the other room to my tap water. Here we go. That's one little cardinal tetra. Let's see, I'm going to put 7 of them in here, and I'll show you in a minute how the whole thing looks. They are juveniles, so they do have quite a bit of growth to do, which is just fine, because my plants are also still relatively small. So it'll take a lot of nitrogen and other micronutrients, obviously, waste products, to grow them out. So the fish and the plants can sort of grow at the same scale. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe that's all pseudoscience, but I'm just going to start with a low bio load because I don't want to rock the boat too hard, and we'll go from there. So here we are about 10 minutes later, and all 7 of them seem to have pretty good saturated colors, which indicates to me that they're comfortable. They're certainly not looking jittery or nervous, and they just seem to be exploring things at the moment. So far so good. And obviously I'm going to have to start feeding at this point because they can't just survive off of algae the way the shrimp and the Odyssey do. Now isn't that just beautiful? March 1, 2021. Unfortunately, I noticed that some of these cardinals have little white spots, no doubt ick parasites on their fins. So I'm going to go ahead and treat for that with malachite green. The instructions say 3 days. Hopefully that'll be good enough to cure it. Otherwise, I might have to do it for a little bit longer. And hopefully it's not going to kill my already hypersensitive shrimp. But I got to do what I got to do. Okay, so give or take, I think I have about 44 liters of water. So according to the directions, that's 22 drops of this It Cures stuff. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. All right, let's hope this works. Hi, it's March 11th, 2021. As I think you can see, all 7 of my cardinals have happily recovered from ick. I did end up treating for 5 days instead of 3 because that's how long it took to get the white spots to disappear. The white spots, by the way, are just scabs. They're not the actual infection, but of course, visually, they're the only way I have to know whether or not ick may still be active. So fortunately, that's all gone. As you can see, the water, which I have not changed, by the way, since I started the whole treatment, is a little bit dimmer. So part of that's probably due to the malachite green that's still somewhat resident in the water, but it's very clean. So overall, I'm quite pleased with the result of that treatment cycle. But I do want to make a few changes in the bowl, and I'll show you those in a moment. So first off, I'm not really thrilled about this particular terrestrial moss I put in here. It does seem to be sort of hanging on, and I do see some light green leaves coming in at the ends, so perhaps it is growing. But it just leaves behind this trail of sort of dark olive colored leaves that just don't look that good. So I think I'm going to go ahead and replace this with physidins. And of course my physidins is up here toward the top of the image. There it is back down in here. It just looks like a better moss all around. So I think that'll look better. The other thing is in the back, you can see my green gecko crypt here. It looks great, but it's just not growing very much. And my bonsai is also sort of top center there. It's not really progressing at all. Maybe a lack of light, but probably frankly just a lack of food and CO2 from having such a low bioload. So I do think I will get some more fish, and I'll probably put some more crypts in here. March 19, 2021, a few things have changed. So first of all, I'm using a slightly dimmer bulb, which is also more directed, so it's more of a spotlight. It's a par 38 floodlight. It's called a floodlight, but it's really more of a spotlight. The reason I did that is because, well, I swapped it out with my other bowl because my Philips Scene Switch 1500 lumen bulb that was on this bowl seemed to be getting dimmer, even though I've only been using it for a year. Now, I have been using it rather intensely, you know, maybe 12 hours a day of light. But on the other hand, LEDs are supposed to last like decades or something. So I don't know, maybe this is just my perception, but I think I'm going to get a new Philips Scene Switch and just, you know, find out if in fact it's been getting dim, or, you know, if my my vision's been getting dim somehow, who knows. But so that's a temporary change. I don't like having a narrow beam on this bowl, or any bowl for that matter, because it's just not good for plant growth, and it really isn't good for illumination for aesthetic purposes either. So in a second, I'm going to show you some of the changes I made with the plants. First of all, as you'll recall, I replaced the terrestrial moss on this upper branch with some physidins, and as you can see, it's looking pretty good. It's settling in there just fine, and hopefully in several more weeks, it will completely have covered over all of that remaining super glue residue. Back, you can't see it very well because it's covered by this Bucephalendra in the foreground, but I've added a couple more crypts. You can see some dark leaves back there, and of course my green gecko is still not growing very quickly. The bonsai has picked up a little bit, and I added another bonsai back there. So it's actually looking decent, but I am putting the light on it in the morning for 2 or 3 hours a day to try to get things to accelerate a little bit back there. But yeah, it's coming along. I'm not sure how well you can see this, but I'm just loving this little tiger lily crypt that I put in the front, which complements, of course, the much larger one in the back that you can sort of see there. So that's looking quite good. And I did move my Batik crypt, so it was under here, but it was getting sort of hidden by the Christmas moss. I didn't like that. Wasn't really getting enough light, so I moved it over to the left side here, next to this this other sort of reddish crypt that I added. So it's looking okay. I'm pretty satisfied with its growth thus far. So one thing I am concerned about is my Marsilea crenata, which you can see here is kind of getting a little bit yellowish and brown in some places. This definitely isn't due to fertilizer because I'm still putting in a milliliter every day and a half or so. it's more likely due to the light, in particular because the light is a very, well, relatively narrow beam. And for whatever reason, I've been concentrating it in other areas of the bowl. So maybe I'm not getting enough light here. But I think I'm going to go and get a new replacement Philips 1500 lumen again, and hopefully restore all the light that this plant needs, because otherwise I can't figure out what the problem would be. I also want to draw your attention to the biofilm on the surface, which is relatively minimal. And I think part of this may be because I've been really conscientious about moving plant debris off the surface of the bowl as soon as I spot it there. So if I see like a dead leaf floating or something, I'll pick it out. I don't have a lot of plant debris, mind you, but what if it does appear, I do try to get rid of the same day so that it can't decompose into biofilm. Of course, the other thing I've been doing is feeding the fish. So here we go. It's their daily snack. I try to feed them just once a day because I don't want to pollute the water, and not more than they can eat in a minute or so. And that'll drive them to feed on whatever scraps they can find. Try to minimize the amount of waste in the tank. Yeah, things are fairly healthy. I have changed the water once. I actually changed it just before I made all these plant modifications. But since then I haven't changed it, and it's getting a little bit cloudy, but it's in relatively good condition, so I'm happy about that. So here you can see what the illumination looks like from the Sylvania Par 38, which is this sort of more focused beam that I've had in the lamp. I'm not going to move the lamp at all. I'm not going to change the angle of illumination, but I'm going to swap this out for the Philips scene switch, so you can see what the difference looks like there. And this is the original Philips bulb that I said was getting dim. So here's the Philips scene switch. It's the same 14 watts as the Par 38 Sylvania, but as you can see, even though it's 1500 lumens, it's a lot dimmer. And the reason is not, I think, because it's wearing out prematurely, but because I forgot that they call it scene switch, because you can actually switch the brightness by turning the lamp on and off quickly. So if I do this, maybe not that quickly, it becomes a little brighter or dimmer. Ah, there it is. There's the brightest mode. So that's what the problem was. So I don't need a new scene switch. I just somehow accidentally switched it into a lower brightness mode. So you can see the illumination is a lot more even. It looks pretty good. But now I'm going to switch that out for a 2350 lumen 17 watt Philips, and we'll see what difference that makes. Wow, that is much brighter still. I have to say, I really like this particular bulb, and I'll let you have a look at it in just a sec. Well, here you go. It says it's 17 watts, 6500 kelvins. That's a higher color temperature than I'd really like, ideally, because it's going to be a bit bluer, which means that it's going to show off the small particulate in the water that you don't necessarily want to show. But it's not that bad. It's good enough. We can go with it. And as a matter of fact, it's the same as my other Philips has always been, so nothing changes in regards color temperature. So you can see it's got this sort of a diffusion cover on it, which I guess is supposed to allow more light to escape through the sides. It's kind of an interesting idea. And of course it hits the insides of my parabolic shaped IKEA Arad, and that will reflect it straight down onto the bowl. Not straight down, but sort of all over the bowl. So you get that very wide sort of illumination area, which avoids the spotlight effect that I really dislike. So I think I'm going to stick with this. March 20, 2021. I just wanted to show you that I got a whole bunch of new cardinals. Of course, I had 7, and I found a shop that had exactly 1 left. So I went ahead and bought that 1 cardinal. And then, unsatisfied, I managed to find another shop that had 8, bringing my total to 16. But that's not the only reason I wanted to show you how I'm adjusting them here. So a couple things. So first of all, cardinals in particular are just hypersensitive. They do not deal with stress well at all. In fact, I think discus actually handle stress better than cardinals. So what I do is, I float them here in the bowl, and every so often I've been putting some water, just pouring it into the top of the jar to sort of adjust their water chemistry. And obviously I have to make sure that when I put them in there in the first place, that the water level was low enough that I could continue to add water for a while until it's almost 100% equivalent to the water in the bowl. So I had to dump out some of the water from the bag they came in. But I'm very careful. I do all that in the sink, and when I do it in the sink, I block the drain so they can't jump out and fall down the drain. And the thing is, in order to minimize stress, when I actually introduce them to the tank in a few minutes, I will pour them out into a bucket through the net. So I'll just take the jar, pour it through a big net, catch all the cardinals in the net, and then obviously the wastewater goes into the bucket. You could do it over the sink, obviously, but again, make sure the drain is blocked. So the thing is, though, ideally you want to do it in a bucket right next to the bowl or the tank, because literally to keep them in room air for like 10 seconds, a lot of them will just seize up. I don't know if they're having a heart attack or a stroke, or they're freaking out metabolically in some way, but it's just not good for them. So I try to set up a bucket right next to the bowl, dump them into the net, and then as fast as I can put them back in the bowl. But having said all that, you should never, ever put any glassware inside of a bowl. Why? Because inevitably, somehow it will bang itself into the bowl and nick it or hairline crack it or create a tidal wave. So definitely you want to be using clear plastic for this kind of purpose. And by the way, I did give them a little bit of food initially to let them settle down. So they're calm, they can see their new friends, and I think it's time to let them mix. And there we are. They seem to have adjusted just fine. So most of them are still, I think, hiding somewhere. See if I can get them to come out a little bit. There they go. But the water is a tinge gray. I'm not exactly sure why. That might be the food that I'm feeding them, or a side effect of the fertilization I've been doing. I guess I'll do a water change pretty soon. But other than that, I think they look happy. It is March 22nd, 2021, and yes, those are Bozeman rainbows. In fact, there are 3 of them in this bowl. Now, I know what you're thinking. I shouldn't be keeping rainbow fish in a fishbowl, and believe me, I get it. However, they were never actually supposed to be in here. So let me tell you what happened. So yesterday, I purchased not 3, but actually 4 rainbow fish, and they were actually destined for other accommodations, which were spacious and had good biological balance, and in fact established fish and shrimp already. And I was very careful when I adjusted them to bring their temperature in line with the destination water. But I also made sure that the hardness was the same, which ultimately balanced out at 72 parts per million. Now, for total dissolved solids, that's actually on the low side for rainbow fish. They come from hard alkaline water, but it's nothing that would harm them, provided that they were slowly and carefully adjusted. So indeed, when I put them in the water, they seemed to socialize with the other fish, so to speak, and they looked fine. So I watched them for a while, and then I headed around and do some errands. So when I came back an hour later, I was quite shocked to find one of them belly up dead on the bottom. And the other 3, meanwhile, were sitting at the surface, sort of hyperventilating. And immediately I thought, is this ammonia or something? I mean, I didn't add any tap water, so it wouldn't have been chlorine. But then I looked at my other fish and my hypersensitive amano shrimp, and all of them seemed to be fine. So in any event, I just changed the water. I did a reverse osmosis, actually, water change. And they seemed okay for a while, but then probably 10 minutes later, they were hyperventilating at the surface again. So I don't know, is it something, leaching out of the driftwood or whatever? No idea. Now, I have seen this weird delayed behavior with rainbows before, sometimes hours or even the next day after a water change, as though there's something building up in their system. It could be ammonia, I guess, but I always use ammonia neutralizer when I do a water change with tap water, so I don't know. I've never fully figured that out. But in any event, I proceeded to change the water 2 more times, and they were still having this issue. And so I really thought I was going to lose them. So I thought, well, what do? I thought, well, okay, it's not really suitable, but at least there's good biological balance, an established nitrogen cycle in this bowl. So I thought, well, I'll throw them over here, and then later, when everything settles down somehow, I guess, I'll put them back into their intended accommodations. But oddly enough, probably 5 minutes after I threw them in here, they just started settling down and they drifted down to the bottom where there's lower oxygen and they seem to be just fine. They weren't hyperventilating at all. And they've continued to look pretty happy. So I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but for the moment, here they are. And by the way, for the record, they're not full-grown adults. So at some point, whether they're happy or not, I think I'm going to have to transfer them out. But for now, they seem to be enjoying it. And mind you, the interior circumference of this bowl is around 145 centimeters. And they can basically run clear laps unobstructed around the whole interior circumference of the bowl. So if they're so inclined, they could exercise, but I think they're so distracted by other things and other fish that they just seem to be sort of happy-go-lucky for the moment. So that is, in a nutshell, why I have 3 Bozeman rainbows in a fishbowl. I also want to draw your attention down here. So this on the bottom, of course, is Marsilea crenata, most of it, but the lighter leaves are actually Glossostigma elenotoides. I'm probably mispronouncing that. But, you know, it's also a famous carpeting plant, extensively used by the late Takashi Amano. So you may have noticed I had actually sort of left it hanging on a piece of driftwood above the surface. You can see that in some of my previous episodes. And that's not the way that it's supposed to be propagated. It's a rooting plant, so it doesn't hang out at the surface, but I just kind of threw it there because I didn't know what to do with it. Well, in the past, when I've tried to root it, it just dies. And I think it has something to do with the fact that when I'm trying to root it, I'm crushing the roots or something. I don't know. It just doesn't work. So I had this idea that I'd sort of drape it over a driftwood, like you see there toward the center bottom, because I know that it can grow that way, and then bury only part of it to see if it can sort of take root. So far so good. It might actually be able to spread sort of in between the Marsilea leaves. We'll see. Because otherwise, the only way to get it to really take root and carpet is to do what's called a dry start, where you plant it in the sand, into moist sand, and then you cover it with essentially plastic wrap, and then you shine a light on it, and basically it grows in moist but not submerged conditions. And then once it's fully rooted and propagated, then you can fill the water in the bowl. But I'm too lazy for that. So this is my new technique. Let's see if it works. Speaking of Marsilea crenata, it's pretty clear that I'm going to have to trim some of these sort of dead leaves. I've certainly got some maintenance cut out for me, but that's okay. Hopefully that will bring in some renewed growth. We'll have to see. March 24, 2021. I'm not sure how well the camera is going to pick this up, but I just wanted to point out that it's interesting since I've introduced the 3 rainbows, which of course have added a lot to the bioload. The water has actually gotten clearer. Fancy that. So I've actually been feeding probably 2 or even 3 times as much as I was before without them. So I would have expected things to get murkier, but it just hasn't happened, and quite the opposite is true. So one thing I was wondering is, you know, perhaps this is just due to the fact that the murkiness was never coming from the food, it was coming from a side effect of the fertilizer. So let's go ahead. I have here a milliliter of fertilizer, and I'm going to shoot this into the bowl, and we're going to see in a couple more days whether things have gotten better or worse or what. They can't get much better, to be honest with you. So we'll see what happens. And by the way, I have not fertilized in a couple or 3 days now. My intention is to just basically stop fertilization because I think there's enough food going into the water that the whole biological cycle should handle all of that. But I don't know, if my mosses start to suffer, then I guess I'll have to fertilize a bit, but I'm certainly going to be more conservative about it going forward. So I did not intend to fertilize today, but I did just because I want to run this water clarity experiment. So we'll see how it goes. By the way, I am not oblivious to the risks here. If one of these fish, for any reason, were to die, especially one of the larger rainbows, obviously, there would be a significant ammonia spike. Now that, of course, would be somewhat blunted by the plants, but especially if it happened at night when photosynthesis is sort of in remission, then it's possible that the resulting spike would be strong enough to kill another one of the fish. and then another and another in a cascading death syndrome. So there is that danger. I am aware of it. One of the things I thought of to mitigate it was at night, I could basically put some zeolite in a fine mesh net and then just sort of drape that over the driftwood at the surface. Zeolite, of course, actually absorbs ammonia. Zeolite, by the way, is actually a class of minerals. It's not any particular mineral, but that's a side note. But in that case, it might also sort of damage my plants, especially the mosses, because it's draping over them and it's kind of heavy. If I put it in, let's say, some kind of a fine nylon mesh or something, it could also get entangled in the mosses, which would be sort of a mess. So I've avoided that thus far, but it is a possibility. The other issue there, though, is that in the absence of mechanical filtration, you're not going to have the circulation going through the zeolite. So it's going to be fairly limited in its ability to neutralize ammonia. So the other method is just to watch the fish, and if anybody's really not looking good, then they need to be removed for the safety of all the other fish. Obviously, so they don't spread some disease they might have, but also so that they don't suddenly die and then fill the water with ammonia. And so it is certainly something to be aware of. I don't have a great solution at this point, but I just thought I should mention that. March 26, 2021. Yeah, you know what? It's been 2 days since I fertilized, and yeah, maybe the water's ever so slightly murkier. I don't know. I guess it's not a big issue one way or the other. But anyway, I've got my work cut out for me. I got a lot of dead leaves I got to trim and so forth. So I need to get to cleaning that up. But first, I guess it's time for a little breakfast here. Enjoy, guys. March 27, 2021. I did not actually fertilize yesterday. I didn't do anything really. I didn't change the water. I didn't do any of the trimming that I actually wanted to do. And lo and behold, the water is distinctly clearer today. It could be clearer still, but it's quite clear now. So what does this mean? Does it mean that fertilizing every day was making my water, slightly gray or slightly brownish? Yeah, maybe. It is April 2nd, 2021. So as you might be able to see, I trimmed the Lagenandra maeboldii down here, and I did also trim the Marsilea and some of the Christmas moss. But as you can see, I'm getting ready to feed them with their little pellets here. So let's see how hungry these people are. Pretty ravenous. I do try to feed them once a day, maybe a little bit of a bedtime snack if they look really hungry. And by the way, I can tell they're hungry because the cardinals in particular will sit at the surface and act really listless, like they're running out of energy and looking for insects to eat. So when I see that kind of behavior, I drop them a little bit. I don't want to overfeed them, of course, because in addition to ultimately shortening their lifespans, it will also tend to pollute the water. And if you want to know about the connection between calorie intake and lifespan in short-lived animals, there's a ton of research on that, so I'm not going to go into it in this video. But the other thing I want to mention is that this one particular rainbow right here, this one that's kind of got the weak coloration, it sort of is skewed by the other two, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm guessing it's a female because of the weaker coloration, but I don't know. Maybe it's a male. So I'm just going to call it she, but maybe she is some kind of rainbow mutt or some other species. Although I have seen juvenile rainbows with weak coloration like that that do grow up to have normal bold colors. So I don't know what's going on there, but the others are just sort of eschewing her, and I think I'm going to take her back to the shop and switch for some other fish that will really liven up the place and maybe fit in better. And of course, in her case, I'm sure she'll be thrilled to be back in a huge tank full of rainbows. So that's what I'm thinking. And as you've probably noticed in my other videos, I'm not really a huge fan of fish with drab colors. I think that's probably the only major point that I would levy as a criticism against Amano. I think he used too many really boring fish. So I think it's important to have the most vibrant colors you can, especially in a small composition, because let's face it, there's not a lot of space for biodiversity. So we'd better spend those resources as wisely as possible for aesthetic purposes. So the other thing that I wanted to mention, you can probably tell there's a little bit of spot algae forming here again, but I'd scraped all of it off about a week ago with a toothbrush. And I do like using a toothbrush because it can get into tight angles and small spaces and so forth. I don't like using it because, of course, it's a very small brush area, so it takes you like forever to scrape off spot algae. So I think a combination between like a furniture pad or some kind of scouring brush that hopefully does not scratch the glass, you might want to test that in the back first, and then a toothbrush would be good. So you can get a wide area coverage where it's easy, and then if you need to get into fine little crevices, you can do that with a toothbrush. And I would advise buying a really cheap toothbrush that's like really flexible plastic, because then it can actually sort of bend around the edge of the bowl into less accessible places. April 3rd, 2021. As you can see, I have returned my Misfit rainbow to the store, and she's back in a tank full of other rainbows and quite happy. So anyway, what else is going on? The Marsilia in the front is still a little bit too yellow and sort of brown for my liking. I think I'm going to trim a lot of that back and let it sort of regrow because I find that the new growth tends to be, unsurprisingly, just a lot healthier. So I think I need to do that. The other issue is sort of up here. The Physidens, as you can see at the center, is not terribly large. It's doing okay, it's healthy, but it's just too small. So I've continued to fertilize. I was doing every other day. I backed off because I'm now feeding, but I think I'm going to go up to every day again and try to bring up the moss a little bit. The other thing I've been doing, if I can zoom out a lot here, is I have been basically changing the lighting position on a regular basis so that I can basically get illumination of all parts of the bowl. I just basically move the light. So this is one position, and then I just sort of move to the back, so I get back to front. But you always see this one position because, of course, it illuminates what I'm trying to do with the bowl, and you can more easily understand what I'm talking about when you have proper illumination. But when the camera's off, which is of course most of the time, I actually change the location of the light, and I even move the pedestal of the lamp around on the floor so I can get good coverage of the entire bowl, because it's just really hard to have one lighting source and get total illumination. I mean, I guess I could have 3 different lights or something, but it gets expensive and pretty custom intensive. And then you also have to ask yourself, do you really want that much light reflecting off a glass bowl in your living room? It's sort of annoying at a certain point. So I find that it's just easy to move the illumination around manually. And if you're lazy, you could keep it in one place for one day and another place for another day. But I just wanted to emphasize that because it is very important to be able to ensure robust growth throughout the bowl. Sorry about all the spot algae I have to scrape off the back here. I did want to just give you a perspective, though, of just how densely planted it is back here. So this is what I had to contend with yesterday when I was trying to catch the one Misfit rainbow. And the problem, of course, as you can see, is that there's no way that I could use a net in this bowl without doing some serious damage to the composition or, end up injuring the fish. So what I had to do was basically drain the whole thing down, take about, 90% of the water out, which put all the fish into kind of a panic, so that I could literally reach in and scoop her up into my hand. And so needless to say, you don't want to be moving fish in and out of these compositions if you can avoid it. Having said that, of course, as I stated before, the rainbows are in here purely for sort of emergency reasons. But it's not something that I would want to do deliberately. I wouldn't want to introduce any fish deliberately without first, vetting them for their aesthetic fit with the bowl and so forth, because I want to make sure that there's suitable long-term residents, and I don't have to go and tear up the whole thing or radically change the water level on a regular basis. So that's something to keep in mind. Vet your fish first. Really think about what you add. before you end up putting them in a position where you cannot easily extract them if they don't fit or they don't work out. April 4, 2021. As I've mentioned previously, I want to make the bowl even a little bit more lively than it already is. And it would also be nice to have some orange to sort of fill out the spectrum. So fortunately, that's an easy problem to fix. Come on, guys. Breakfast time. April 10, 2021, I just wanted to show you that I cut back a lot of this Marsilia crenata. It was, turning sort of yellow and brown in places and just wasn't looking that good. And it was also a good bit taller than the rest of the Marsilia carpet. And the reason for that, of course, is that this is where the whole thing started. So I had a lot of old growth here and it just wasn't looking good. So I hacked the whole thing out, and I would imagine within a month or two that will repopulate with a new verdant green mat. Which will probably also be, a centimeter shorter than what I pulled out, so that will serve to sort of relieve the obstruction of the foreground aesthetically. I think that's going to be helpful ultimately. You can see sort of center left, the Legendandra Muboldii is actually cut down to 2 leaves, which is unfortunate, but I just had to get rid of some of the rot that I saw setting in. So it's throwing up some new leaves. I think that's actually going to be pretty good within the same month or two period. I'm not too worried about it. It has stopped exuding its purple iridescence, perhaps because that's only for like super high light conditions. I don't know, but for whatever reason, that's sort of ceased, unfortunately. But it's still a healthy plant. Looks good. So sort of top center, you can see this Physidens that I've been trying to grow to cover this super glue scum. It's just not working very well. It's just not growing. I'm putting in 1 milliliter a day of fertilizer and it's just not working. So I'm gonna have to put something else there. Probably I'll leave the Physidens in place and let it grow how it will, but I need something else to cover that super glue scum. So that's a consideration that I'm working on. I just wanted to show you my Bozeman rainbows here. So they're kind of pecking at the glass, waiting for breakfast. But I just wanted you to realize how small they actually are compared to this entire bowl. And remember, of course, they can also swim around the interior circumference. So they have an awful lot of swimming space. So the other thing about that, of course, if I can swing the lighting source around here, is that there's a lot of vertical swimming space in this particular bowl. So rainbows tend to want to swim vertically, more so than a lot of other species, it seems to me. And there's plenty of space for them to do that. Now, I am aware of the theory that some fish, when kept in small quarters, do not actually grow to full size, which I think is okay, except there's also the theory that sometimes their organs continue to grow. So they get all bloated and perhaps it does their health some problems if they continue to experience that organ growth, but they don't actually have much body growth to go along with it. It's just a theory. I've heard about it. I'm not sure it's true. But in any event, my rainbows are not showing any signs of bloating or abdominal distension or anything that would suggest that. So for the time being, and probably for a number of months to come, it would seem that this is a perfectly suitable size of home for them. So something else I should probably mention, if you haven't noticed already, these silver-tip tetras all have fin rot to some extent. And of course, fin rot is a fungal disease or perhaps bacterial that basically progressively rots away the fish's fins. And it's unfortunate, but it's just very, very difficult to treat. It requires giving the fish salt baths, which can actually kill them. So you've got to be extremely careful about concentration of salt and timing. Or you have to put them in a hospital tank with appropriate medications. And I've never honestly been successful with either of those methods. I've delayed it, I've stopped it from progressing occasionally, but it's very, very hard to completely eliminate. There's a few YouTube videos about it. I'm sure it's been done successfully in some cases, but it requires medications to which I don't presently have access, or like I said, these salt baths, which are rather precarious for the fish, in addition to the fact that I'd have to net them out, probably destroy the composition in the process, and then put them in another tank and isolate them. And unfortunately, from a practical standpoint, it's just not really feasible. So it's just going to have to stand. Having said that, to be perfectly honest, even though fin rot obviously offends my aesthetic sensibilities, I have to admit it's part of nature. If you go into any stream in the Amazon, I assure you, you're going to find parasites and fin rot, just as you're going to find algae and brown leaves and detritus and all of that. So it is part of the system. So in a way, it actually serves to ground the composition. And oddly enough, I sort of appreciate it from that standpoint. I've seen a lot of tanks that look like they were just made yesterday because, well, they might have been made yesterday, right? There's absolutely no algae anywhere, and everything looks perfect and, squeaky clean. And that's maybe what we think of as really beautiful, but that's not nature, right? Nature did not evolve to adhere to our aesthetic sensibilities. And we have to understand that. So in terms of realism, frankly, in a funny way, disease is natural. Okay, it is breakfast time. Let's see who's hungry. Wow. Well, let's give them a little bit more. Okay, I think that ought to do it. Bon appetit. May 5th, 2021. Sorry it's been so long. I guess things have deteriorated a little bit. I had a lot of green spot algae. I think that's because I was fertilizing every day, so I'm trying to back off a bit on that, maybe every other day or even every third day. I scraped some of it off last week, and then a little bit of it came back, but all in all, things are still pretty healthy. The plants are starting to slow down their growth, and some of them are actually sort of deteriorating. And I think what's going on is that the small amount of laterite that I had deposited in the sand is sort of exhausted at this point of its micronutrients. And so I'm going to go ahead and put in some root tabs. I'll show you that in a bit, to try to boost up the rooted plants and hopefully fill in this bald spot in the front with the Marsilia. One rather remarkable thing that I noticed when I compare with the previous video is the fin rot on my silvertip tetras seems to have all but disappeared, which is just incredible. I've never seen anything like that just spontaneously happen. I don't even know what to say, but clearly it's, if nothing else, a testament to the healthy environment. And indeed, the fish seem pretty vivacious this morning. I haven't fed them yet, so I'm sure that's part of the reason for their fidgety enthusiasm. Let's go ahead and give them a snack. By the way, I tried to get these pellets that pollute a little bit less, but I don't know that it's actually working. I've still got issues with biofilm forming, and I do have to sort of siphon it off every few days. Not siphon it, but sort of skim it off into a plastic cup and throw it out. But you know what? It's not a big imposition. It's totally worth the effort as compared to having to maintain some kind of filter in here, and which is all noisy and gets full of bacteria and needs constant maintenance and all the rest of it. So it's not a big deal, but it is an aesthetic consideration to be aware of. Wow, y'all are hungry, huh? I'm not surprised. I still only feed them once a day, try to keep them in the best of shape possible and keep the water in the best shape possible. All right, a little bit more, but I think that's pretty good for today. All right, let's get on with the root tabs in a second here. Wow, they are just beautiful. So you're looking at my Laginandra meboldii, and leaves are not looking that great. So if you can see, I'm just going to put this little root tab right next to the roots. I'm not going to just leave it on the sand. I'm going to bury it in the sand, otherwise I'll have this stuff all over the water column. And truth be told, I'm probably going to pollute the water column anyway. But that's life. I got to do what I got to do. So, hopefully in a few weeks, I'll notice a difference, and you'll be able to see the plants burgeoning anew. Of course, maybe you won't. Wow, this thing has really sort of come out of the sand anyway. I think I need to push it back in. You know what? I might even want to add some more substrate there just because it doesn't look like it has a really good mechanical connection. I'm afraid that it might get uprooted and sort of batted around the bowl, but well, we'll see. So anyway, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put root tabs in needed locations throughout the substrate, and we'll give it a while and see what happens. It is May 12, 2021. So first of all, in the foreground here, sort of off to the left, you can see the Lagenandrum eboldii. It had gotten down to one leaf just because of, I think, substrate depletion that had led to deterioration of the leaves. So now, fortunately, it seems to be sprouting a new leaf, probably in response to the root tabs that I put in last time. So that's positive. And then behind it, you can sort of see my Cryptocorny spiralis red, which is actually also looking pretty good. It started growing leaves since last week, longer leaves anyway. And then in the back, you can see that the Cryptocorny balansae is actually coming along pretty well too. And in fact, on the bottom there, you can see the Cryptocorny green gecko is getting to be that sort of lovely spring green. So that's all looking quite well. And again, this is all in response to the root tabs I put in last week, I'm fairly certain. For its part, the Marsilia, it's not looking that great, but on the other hand, it seems to have stopped deteriorating appreciably, so I think the root tabs are probably helping out there as well. Now, on the minus side, I don't know how well you can see this, but if I zoom up, I seem to have acquired some blackbeard algae on the driftwood, and this is just obviously not a good thing. The only thing I can do really is just pick it off wherever I see big clumps of it. I guess I'm just going to have to live with that, but it is natural, so I guess I cannot complain too much. But other than that, things are looking quite good. I would also highlight top center here. You can actually see this Christmas moss that's actually filling in quite nicely where the Physidins used to be and just refused to grow for whatever reason. So that little aesthetic issue has been fixed. So all in all, I can't complain. However, I would like things to grow a little bit faster, so I think I'm going to add some carbon dioxide. Of course, you know, I'm not going to do that with a carbon dioxide canister. I'm going to add a few more fish. I don't want to overdo it. The bioload is relatively significant at this point. You know, might add a few more tetras next time, but we'll see what I'm able to come up with in that regard. But so far, so good. It is May 24, 2021. So I decided to give you a little bit of a different illumination in this shot. I'm putting the light on the back, and there's a reason for that. And that is because if you look at the center of the screen, you can probably just make out a couple of glow light tetras. So I did in fact add 7 glow light tetras about a week ago now, and they've been really shy. I think they're kind of afraid of the silver tips. In any event, they've been hanging out in the Java fern. There you can see a silver tip just kind of harassed one of them. But they've been hanging out in the Java fern, keeping to themselves, and just not really doing much. But one of the things that I find reassuring about their behavior is that despite remaining largely at the bottom for the entire time that they've been in here, I haven't ever noticed them come up toward the surface since I introduced them. And that to me is a testament to sufficient oxygenation toward the bottom, which of course has less oxygen than the top of the water column, and even less so in the morning right after a night of no photosynthesis. So that in itself I think is a good sign. But interestingly enough, just literally this morning, I've noticed that they seem to be socializing a bit and certainly moving out of that back area. So that's a good sign. Maybe they're getting a little bit hungry. I don't think they've eaten very much. So hopefully they'll start to join the rest of the crowd soon enough. But in any event, they're doing what I want them to do, which is they are providing carbon dioxide for the plants, and I think certainly adding to the aesthetics. But I'll let you be the judge of that. So you can probably see the Echinodurus tenalis I added on the left side of the central wood there, and then there's another small one on the right side. I did that just because I think the ground cover needs to be fleshed out a little bit, especially now that all the plants, but particularly the Marsilia, seems to be in something of a hibernation state where it's not looking worse particularly, but it's just not really growing. And this despite significant fertilization with root tabs. And I did also throw in some root tabs under the tenalis, so hopefully that will help. But it may just be that the bowl is in a state now where everything's sort of grown out, and Perhaps the plants are trying to thwart one another with chemicals that they secrete from their roots. This does happen in a number of terrestrial plants, if not all terrestrial plants to some extent. So perhaps that's what accounts for the slowdown in growth. I tried, of course, to compensate with fertilizer, and all I got for it really was an increase in spot algae and blackbeard algae. So I've backed off on that considerably, and now I'm down to like 1 milliliter every 5 days just to sort of keep the mosses alive. But that's about it. Now, of course, I have increased the CO2 dosage, courtesy of the new Glow Light Tetras, so they'll add a little bit. And I don't know, maybe growth has been a little bit better over the past week, but that could just be my my psychological impression, or maybe it just comes down to the root tabs. But in any event, it's not as robust as it was, in the beginning of the development process by any means. So it's very clear that we've hit some kind of competitive limit or hibernation state. I don't know, but we'll do the best we can. Otherwise, as I think you can see, things are pretty healthy. One problem I have found with feeding only once a day is that it does leave these folks hungry, and the rainbows in particular get kind of ravenous. And so I know that they've killed and eaten at least one of my shrimp, perhaps more than that. So I might want to up the feeding a little bit, but not too much, because I don't want the water quality to deteriorate and the blackbeard to take over and all of that. And by the way, on the subject of feeding versus overfeeding, I have determined now that the biofilm on the surface is almost 100% due to the lipids, the fats that come out of the food particles, the little pellets. So that's something that I have to skim off every several days. But it's not a big deal. All right, let's have some breakfast here. Come on, folks. Who's hungry? I try to spread the food around so that everybody gets a fair shot. I don't want it all in one place where the bigger fish are just going to dominate. That's pretty good. Maybe I'll give them a little bit of snack in the afternoon. May 27, 2021. Sometimes it's important just to be mindful of how lucky we are. I mean, don't you wish you could wake up to this bowl every morning? Well, I'm lucky enough that I actually do. I have done literally nothing by way of maintenance to this bowl since the last video, and the water is still crystal clear. And there is a bit of biofilm on the surface, but it's not really significant yet. So, bon appetit, people. So I was just down at the aquarium store, and they had these beautiful Celebes rainbows, Celebes rainbows, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but in any event, there's sort of a pastel yellow. Right now they look pretty white because they're scared, of course, and so their colors are washed out. But they're this pastel yellow with sort of turquoise irises, or whatever you want to call them, around their pupils. Very, very beautiful contrast, and I think they would add a lot to the bowl. So I'm going to go ahead and add these folks here, and then if they work out well, I don't know, I might add a few more. So at this point, I've swapped out pretty much all the water in this jar with the bowl water. So I'm just going to go ahead and set them free. Come on. Jeez, they're timid. Come on. Come on. There we go. It is June 9th, 2021. I did go ahead and buy a few more Pseudomygil Gertrudae. There's one in the center right now. They're the little yellow rainbows with the blue eyes. I just think they add a lot to the aesthetic. And speaking of aesthetics, I noticed there were 3 black neons in the same tank. So I figured, well, you know, I might as well take those also because they don't really add a lot of bioload. Speaking of bioload, I have been watching the bowl in the morning, which of course is the oxygen nadir for the day. So, you know, there hasn't been any photosynthesis for, you know, basically 12 hours at that point. So the oxygen is at a low, and, you know, I'm looking out for them, you know, hanging out at the surface or something that would indicate, you know, that the oxygen levels are unsustainably low, and it just hasn't happened. So I'm really pleased with that. I did go ahead, by the way, and scrape some of the green spot algae off the glass. I always do that, you know, before I do a video, unless I actually want to show you what the green spot is like. But I think you've seen enough of that for a lifetime. I did, by the way, switch from a furniture pad to like a scouring pad. You know, one of the little blue-green things that you get with a yellow sponge on the back, right, for $1 at the store or whatever. And this was a particular variety that says it's no scratch. I've never had a scratching problem, but you know, I'll do anything I can do to prevent scratching the glass. So it's actually worked really well, and I find it's faster and easier than the furniture pad. So for whatever reason, you know, scouring pad seems to do it. And when I say scouring pad, you know, it's got that sort of rough surface on it, like for washing dishes, but it's not like a metal scouring pad. Definitely, I would not use any kind of metal scouring pad in here. So apart from that, things seem to be doing pretty well. Yes, I still have blackbeard. Yes, it's still growing. It's not going away. There's no way I can get rid of it. So I'm just going to have to suck up and deal with it. And the plants, for whatever reason, no matter what I do, I just don't seem to be growing much anymore. They're sort of in stasis mode, which is frustrating. I might even add a few more shrimp just to scrape away at the algae. But at least they do seem to be hanging on relatively stably. So I guess I can't complain too much about that, although I still really cannot explain why, despite all my fertilization, you know, root fertilization, it's just still not happening. And of course, if I add much more than, I love the birds around here. If I add much more than one milliliter of the liquid, you know, the Seachem fertilizer, every week, it just seems to fuel the algae, and particularly the blackbeard. I don't want to risk it, so it's sort of in stasis, and I'm happy with that though. So that's it for now. And I just thought I would give you a little bit of a different perspective. June 26, 2021. So I've decided to give you this somewhat unflattering perspective with sort of sidelong illumination to make a few points. So I haven't actually done anything. I haven't even added liquid fertilizer, solid fertilizer, anything in 2 weeks, other than, you know, feeding typically once a day, sometimes a snack in the afternoon. And I just wanted to show you what 2 weeks of wear and tear can do, which is frankly just about nothing. I mean, there's as you can see, there's very little spot algae on the glass. I can't really see any other than here where there's been some evaporation. You can see sort of a greenish tinge, which is from that spot algae, and then a little tiny bit of calcification. But I have, by the way, gone back to mostly RO, so the hardness in here is probably like 30 now or something, total dissolved solids. Unfortunately, I did lose one of my black neons. Seems to have had like a heart attack or something. It was just a sudden thing. I just found him dead in the water. Don't know why. And one of my Pseudomogil Gertrudae seems to have gotten in a fight and unfortunately perished. But apart from that, everybody seems to be quite healthy. So let's have a look at the plants. So over here on the side, you can see my Cryptocorny Batik is just sort of hanging on. It's not doing real well despite massive solid fertilization with the root tabs. It just doesn't seem to care. And down here, sort of toward the middle, the Lagenander Evoldii is just like barely passing. It's got one decent leaf, and it's just on its last legs, despite extensive fertilization. So I just don't know what's going on there. And by the way, as you'll notice, I've been illuminating from the side, at least for this particular video, just so you can see how I illuminate, so that the biofilm on the surface doesn't block the light. But that just has not really helped at all, as far as I can tell, with these plants that are not doing so well. Here's a Cryptocorny spiralis, sort of center right there. You know, it's just barely hanging on. It's got 2 or 3 leaves. That just has never grown for reasons I don't understand. But it's obviously not a fertilization issue at this point, so I don't know what's up. Now you can see here, actually the Marsilia crenata is looking pretty good. There's some new kind of green growth growing on, and that front area, which you can see sort of bottom right here, is actually filling in nicely. And so that's actually looking pretty good. The other thing that's impressive is, you know, given that I haven't fertilized in 2 weeks, The mosses, the Christmas moss, is actually looking just fine. I think we're at the stage where the nutrients are all coming from essentially fish food and carbon dioxide. And you can see a little bit of biofilm there. And I have tried to be more rigorous about removing it because I don't, of course, want the light to be blocked. But even illuminating from the side, as I said, hasn't really helped the plants that are suffering. So I don't think it's a lighting issue. It's obviously not a fertilization issue. I don't know what it is. But here's the Physidens and an Amano tending to it. So that's looking quite healthy. Again, with no liquid fertilizer in a couple of weeks. I'll probably add a milliliter because, as you can see, my Anubias aren't really good right now. Part of that's because they're being attacked by blackbeard, which I can't do anything about. But yeah, I'll probably throw in a milliliter of fertilizer. But other than that, things are doing pretty well. Certainly the plants in the back. I mean, if you look at the Cryptocorny balansae back here, they're starting to sort of curl over in the beautiful way that they do, and I think they'll work very well with the shape of the bowl, as in other compositions such as Forest Bubble. So I'm looking forward to that. As far as my green gecko crypt is going, well, it's surviving. It's doing decently. It's not really growing, again, despite massive fertilization. So I don't know what's going on, but there is a growing risk that things could go catastrophically wrong, especially with all this blackbeard. So I think it's getting pretty close to time to just digitally preserve all this and basically get it up in the 2021 Aquatic Gardeners Association later this year. And I might not want to wait till the last moment because you never know, things could go wrong. But that's where we are for now. July 2, 2021. I just wanted to draw your attention, first of all, to the Cryptocorny balansae toward the back of the bowl, which in this case appears toward the left side. And you can see it's sort of a beautiful medium green. And then I actually added some in the foreground. So over on the right side, you can see some sort of light spring green Cryptocorny balansae leaves protruding out. And I'm quite sure they were raised in the same facility. And the difference, apart from age, I suppose, is that the one on the right is still in its semi-aquatic, immersed form. And the one on the left has been fully submerged, of course, for several months. So there's a leaf adaptation that needs to happen. And this is even more obvious if you look straight down in the center. I've added a Cryptocorny in the foreground there. And it has these beautiful green leaves that actually have sort of a waxy appearance. And that reflects the fact that they've been raised semi-aquatically. And it's one of the telltale signs of a tank that's just been set up in the last several weeks as opposed to having cycled for many weeks to months as this one has. So I'm going to wait until those leaf forms morph more into their aquatic form before I actually produce a final video, because I really wouldn't like this to look like it was set up in the past few weeks and it was just sort of a hack job or something. So, of course, the downside of that is that in cycling a tank, you're going to inevitably get more algae and more growth that you don't necessarily want. But that's the price of having a more natural composition, which I think, frankly, is more important than having a perfect but artificial-looking one. So here you can get a little bit better perspective on what I'm trying to achieve, especially with the Cryptocorny balansae. I love its ribbon-like leaves that can be wrapped through the driftwood. I could probably even do a more intricate job of wrapping. But I just felt that the foreground was really sort of a little bit too void, considering that all I had is the Lagenandrum eboldii, in addition to the Marsilia crenata, which is nice, but it just doesn't have any height to it. So I went ahead and I added 2 balansaes and the other Cryptocorny that you can see right in front. I also went ahead and added a betta, a female betta. So she's in the back somewhere at the moment. I felt that chromatically it would be really nice to have a little bit of purple. So she's got sort of a purple/blue, beautiful iridescence to her. So she adds a lot. And by the way, I'm not a fan of male bettas simply because, I am a fan of male bettas, but I'm not a fan of the way that they're kept, in these small jars. I think that's cruel. I mean, if they're kept in large jars or, you know, one in a community tank, I think that's fine. But I wouldn't want to buy them from a shop where they're kept in these small, you know, medicine bottles. It's too much. So of course, being a female betta, she was actually mixed with a number of other female bettas in plenty adequate space. So I have no problem purchasing her in that condition. But she's over here on the right now, trying to hide from the camera. So anyhow, things are coming along, I'd say, pretty well. I've only added a milliliter of fertilizer since the last video, so hopefully that's helping to slow down, you know, some of the blackbeard. And indeed, the blackbeard does seem to be relatively stable for the moment, fingers crossed. So I think we're getting there. I think final video shoot is probably in the next few weeks. By 2021, as you can see, I've added a second IKEA Arid floor lamp. I just felt that the bowl could really use the added illumination, particularly considering that I'm probably going to do final shoot in a couple of weeks. Of course, having now added the extra illumination, I feel sort of stupid for not having done that quite a while back. I probably could have just grown the plants a lot faster. But anyhow, there you have it. And I am using the original Par 38 LED that I had on this bowl some time ago. Other than that, if I can zoom up here, things are actually looking quite good. The only bad news of late is that I lost a Pseudomogil gertrudae. I don't know why. No signs of injury or disease. Maybe just a heart attack. I really don't know. It's unfortunate. I may or may not add some other small fish, especially rainbows, but we'll see. So apart from that, let me take you behind the bowl. So you probably can't see that well back here, but on this sort of back driftwood, you know, there used to be that sort of terrestrial moss that I put up, and it's 99% gone. There's a little bit of a remnant, but to be honest, I think that looks real. You know, it's what happens in nature when there's flooding and water levels rise. Then terrestrial mosses can actually just get inundated and they eventually die off, leaving sort of bits of decay. And so it's not the most aesthetically pleasing thing necessarily, but it's natural. One thing I'm quite pleased about is that unexpectedly and rather belatedly, my Botic cryptocorny has started to come around. So that's really quite good. And as you can see in the foreground here, the cryptocorny balance is looking good as well. And then of course this other small crypt center bottom here that seems to be throwing up some new leaves in the aquatic form as opposed to the terrestrial form. So that's adapting nicely. And then in the front, of course, the Marsilea actually looking rather good. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, there may be a little bit of glossostigma, sort of just right of center there, with the shrimps just sitting on it. I believe that is glossostigma that's sort of invaded there from those little scraps I put in some months ago. So all that's looking quite good. So the other thing I'd like to point out is that as I think you can see, I've been pretty diligent lately about skimming off the biofilm. Now, it could be a coincidence, but I've found that since doing this, my plant growth has indeed been more robust. So perhaps there is a light penetration issue, or more accurately, a light frequency filtration issue, whereby maybe the biofilm was filtering out the more beneficial sort of purple and red frequencies that are so essential for plant growth. I don't know, but in any event, it does seem to have picked up. And the bioload really hasn't changed all that much lately. So I do suspect this is an illumination thing. And it's not because I got a second Arid, because I've only had that for about 3 days now. It had been making a difference apparently before that. So in any event, it does look better. So I'm going to continue doing that on a daily basis. The other thing I suppose I could do is switch to feeding at night, so that the biofilm is really only present at night, and in the morning I would sort of skim it off. So, you know, I could consider doing that, but they're so into their morning breakfast routine that I just hate to change anything like that at this late stage in the game. Okay, I think that about does it for this report. August 8, 2021. Everybody's looking pretty healthy, including this one black neon that never seems to have sharpened his colors. Or I don't know, maybe that means it's her colors, but in any event, This is one of the extra 2 that I was able to pick up from the aquarium store that were in the tank that were still left, which is nice, you know. So I was able to return to the original 4 black neons, and they've been in here, you know, a few weeks now and doing quite well. And really all the other fish are doing very well in addition to that, so I'm really pleased. I haven't lost anybody since the last video, you know, and the odyssey are doing well. I did throw in a couple more shrimp, you know, and they seem to be holding the blackbeard in check, although obviously it's still there. And then I just wanted to show you on the plant front, you can see here that I did actually put in one of the tiger lilies. This is from another bowl actually, but I just thought I needed to fill out the foreground just a little bit, especially because, as you can see, unfortunately I'd had to remove what was left of the Lagenandra muboldii. It just wasn't cutting it anymore. And secondly, as you can probably see, for some reason, my Marsilea crenata is sort of more yellow on the right and much greener in the back. I think that might be because I, for a while, switched to a floodlight. The floodlight that I was using originally a long time ago on here, which is really bright. It's a great spotlight, but you know, maybe it lacks the spectrum somehow. I don't know. So I was using that on the front of the bowl, which has become yellow, and the back hasn't. So, you know, is that some other kind of anomaly? I just don't know, but it is what it is. I actually like it because it shows sort of like 2 seasons, like over off to the right, which is the front. You see sort of the autumn season with the yellower colors, and then at the back it's much more solid green. So I've decided to run with it. And as you may have noticed, I have a nice white background now. I actually went off and bought a sort of wood frame artist canvas, like for painting, so that basically I can block out annoying distractions in the background because I'm preparing for the final shoot. It is August 10th, 2021, and after a 1.5-year adventure, I am very happy to say that we are just about ready for final shoot, which is going to happen tomorrow morning. And I just wanted to show you my sort of cinematic setup, as it were. First thing you'll notice is I have these 2 painting canvases sort of just standing at right angles to each other. They're not fixed into position. And this helps to black out any annoying background. And then, of course, I have the 2 IKEA Arid lamps that are angled onto the bowl for illumination with 2350 lumen Philips bulbs. And I suppose when I film, when I actually take the shot, I will put the lamps at the extreme left and extreme right so that you don't have reflections beaming off of the bowl like you do here. Although I may have to make adjustments. It's always a conflict between illumination and reflection when you're dealing with fish bowls. So that said, I've also made sure that the crease where the 2 canvases join, where they're standing together, is actually directly behind the bowl, so essentially it doesn't disrupt the cloud-like aesthetic of the background in the bowl itself. There's even a bit of sort of rough texture to these particular canvases, but that's really not visible because it's just because the focal blur on the background is sufficient to hide it. So it just looks totally cloud-like, which I think works quite well. So you'll see my tripod here. This is what I'm going to actually use to video the bowl, and you can see the little mount there, the mounting bracket where I'm going to put the mobile phone in order to do the shot. And the reason that I'm putting it behind a canvas, this black canvas, is that I want to absolutely minimize the amount of aesthetic noise impinging upon the front of the bowl. So I don't want to see the legs of the camera. I don't want to see the little, reflective pieces of metal or what have you. I want to absolutely minimize that as much as possible. And by the way, I've been filming this entire little mini documentary at 4K resolution, 30 frames per second, because I think it's quite sufficient for documentary purposes, and it just loads better with a slower internet connection. However, when I actually do the main shoot, I'm definitely going to use 60 frames per second because I really do need to capture the motion of all the fish in the smoothest possible fashion. I'm also going to use HEVC, high efficiency video coding, as opposed to HDR10, high dynamic range, which is what I've used in this documentary. HDR is supposed to capture a broader gamut or a broader range of brightnesses. So in some sense that's good, but just empirically I've seen that YouTube doesn't seem to render it that well. So I'm going to go back to HEVC to get richer color because I think that's the only way to do this composition justice. And by the way, I'm just going to rotate this whole thing around step by step every several minutes so that ultimately I'll be able to get full 360-degree coverage. So really, the only thing that I have left to worry about is making sure to get this biofilm off of the surface. I'm just going to start skimming it off there. And I might do a slight water change and then let everything just settle out just to get the maximum amount of sediment settling before I actually take the final shot in the morning. It is August 12, 2021, and I have a confession to make. As you know, I was going to shoot this bowl yesterday from all angles, and in actually looking at the back, I noticed there were just some large voids with no fish in them for the most part, for even several minutes at a time. You know, you see a shrimp here and there. So I figured I would fill it out a little bit with some very small fish. I thought that would work well, and fortunately at the aquarium store they had this wonderful school of 13 ember tetras. As you know, ember tetras have a special place in my heart, so I quite enthusiastically picked all of them up. And in fact, I was lucky enough to find one more black neon in the same tank from which I had obtained the other two replacement ones last time. So he was a lone straggler in there, so I threw him in, so there's 5 of them in here now, for what that's worth. I would just like to add, by the way, thank you for sticking with me for the past 20 months that it's taken to bring this ecosystem to fruition. And let's be honest, this is not a composition as such, right? There's nothing designed or engineered about it. It's not really an aquascape. It is an ecosystem in its own right. And you know, I nudge, I cajole, I influence, but I don't engineer, I don't design. So I'm happy about that. I think I've learned much more from this bowl than it has been molded by my own hands and my own will. It has certainly altered my thinking in a lot of ways. And I hope it's added to your sense of natural aesthetics as well, and the importance and complexity of natural balance in feedback loops, which are open systems, of course, and therefore just endlessly complex and rich. It's been fun. Thank you for listening.